Thank you, thank you. All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to all those here and all those at home to our October 12th, 2021 Town of Newcastle work session. Can I get a motion, please?
I
Somebody?
move to open the work session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Jill, do you want to kick us off with the Complete Street program?
All right. Sabrina, you ready?
Sure am, Jill.
Okay. Why don't you start with Complete Streets?
Okay. So we were contacted by Westchester County to host what is called a Complete Streets workshop. Jill, did you forward the map?
I sure hope so. Carrie, do you have the map?
I do not. I can go find it if you would like. If you want to cover me for a bit,
terrible.
I can find it.
Yeah,
Whoops.
sorry, I didn't have a map.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
I
let
think
me
Sa-
let me go
Sabrina's
grab it.
trying to pull it
Okay.
up.
All right. So what Sabrina's reaching for is the map of the sidewalks, the aspirational map, I should say, of the sidewalks within town that the town board has looked at previously. It was requested of us that we meet with the board and come up with some suggestions as to potential areas for our complete streets. And that basically would be a meeting with the county and their consultant, some stakeholders from the community, and at the end of the day, they would take and prepare a report for us, which would serve as the foundation for a grant proposal to extend sidewalks in a certain area or create them where they're not presently. Sabrina, the map is actually in the packet. If you,
I
I have it handy if you want me to share.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you can
please.
share it, and I can speak to it. I can't share the PowerPoint, Jill. I can't share it. It's too large of a file for me to email, and I can't share. I can try and share that screen if you want.
well, do you want to start with the map?
Yeah, let's start with a map. If you can share it, Lauren, that would be helpful. I can speak to it. So a while back, we had conducted a preliminary sidewalk analysis where we took, comprehensive plan directed sidewalk connections, and we combined that with public comments that we've heard over time as to where sidewalks were desired. We came up with this map, and it's hard to see from a distance, but it identifies areas A through I, where we looked at connections of continuation of existing sidewalks, creation of new sidewalks, and ultimately the idea was to come up with a sidewalk plan that connected our common spaces, connected our hamlets, connected our parks, brought people from Millwood to the bike path, really working on different connections. And so this map at one time was provided to the town board along with a more detailed presentation and a closer look at each of these areas, which is where you identified your priorities, such as the Millwood sidewalk, looking at the chap line along, connecting the hamlet to Chapel Crossing, looking for ways along Route 117 to get pedestrians from one place to another without a car.
Recording in progress.
We have had several different efforts where the town board has requested feasibility studies. Most recently, you've been talking about you authorized a release of an RFP for Douglas Road. The county came to us and said, we'd like you to host a complete streets workshop where we will take an area that you're interested in creating a complete street, and we will do a report and hold a workshop on this section of sidewalk or potential sidewalk, and we will produce a report that can be used in a funding application. Now, in looking at this map that was included in your packet, the county is asking for certain characteristics in a potential sidewalk to make it feasible for complete streets. Given the nature of our roadways, the winding roadways, we really don't have that straight street for bike lanes, cars, and pedestrians, right? So we try and fit sidewalks where we can fit them, create safe pedestrian access where we can create them. And so Jill and I wanted you to revisit this map, and we were thinking about a continuation, a sidewalk project to present to the county for the Complete Streets workshop, running from Gedney Park and connecting it really between, I think it was B and D, connecting it to the existing Route 120 sidewalk. We go by Roaring Brook School, so there's a lot of land uses that this Complete Streets workshop would connect through the sidewalk. And so we wanted to speak with you about it, to bring it to your attention, to kind of get some feedback from you. In the email, I believe we had listed for you the characteristics of what the county was looking for in regards to a Complete Streets workshop. Jill, do you want to add anything else to that?
Sorry. So Sabrina, we had been looking at coming up 120 from the existing sidewalk of, I think it ends at Meadow, or right around
Yes.
there, straight up to Gedney. I'm sorry, straight up to Roaring Brook School.
Yes, that's right here. Here, I want to say this is Roaring Brook right here. Can you see my arrow?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. So that's Roaring Brook School.
Right, and then,
And then there's an existing sidewalk which runs right along here. And that's the 120 sidewalk.
yeah, no, yeah.
Right here.
Your cursor got lost.
Oh, see where F is? That's Douglas Road.
Okay, got it.
Bottom left.
F is Douglas Road, and then the light yellow is an existing sidewalk. That's the existing, thank you, Lauren. That's the existing sidewalk. And so the red area is what we had identified as a comprehensive plan-driven connection,
Right.
okay?
Will
And
we-
then,
Were we also going to ask them about the connection between the bike path and Gedney?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and if you follow that path to D, you end up on B and C, which B carries you into Station Place.
Right, perfect.
So it's that whole section from C to D, and then back down to the existing Route 120 sidewalk. And we were going to provide the county team and the consultant that is working for Westchester County DOT with this map, with an identification of the areas. And this map was part of a larger presentation that include pictures of each of the stretches to give them a sense of what it looks like. They will do some homework with Google Earth and so on and so forth. But the intention is not this year, but next spring in March, that we would hold a workshop where we would bring all parties together. A group of, what did he say, 20 people, 25 people?
Yes,
Composed of state representatives, town representatives, interested neighborhood groups, and different entities as deemed appropriate for the area within which we were doing this workshop, to bring them together to discuss the sidewalk. And as always, when it comes to Newcastle sidewalks, one of the most important partners is New York State DOT. So we're hopeful that in bringing DOT to the table and having them walk the roadway, really understand the issues we deal with, that we can continue achieving sidewalks and relief from the 5-foot snow storage area.
That would be huge.
And that is a hopeful wish.
That would be huge, Sabrina, if we could do that.
I know. I'm hopeful.
okay. So is the board supportive of our going forward and presenting this to the county?
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
All right,
I would
wonderful.
also
Thank
love,
you.
Sabrina, if they are coming in and want to walk the roads, I'd love to walk it with them,
Absolutely, and so.
with
as,
a
you
vest
know,
on.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the intention and one of their requirements is that the road needs to be walkable so that they could get a real sense of it. And I have a feeling we're gonna need to invoke the police department to help us safely walk the roads. But, yeah, we're looking at, 20 to 25 people, and I would think every member of the town board would be interested in participating in this Complete Streets workshop.
Yep.
Okay. As soon as we get a date, we'll let you know. But,
Thank you,
we-
Sabrina.
We
Sure, my
promise
pleasure.
them a recommendation. Great,
This is an exciting project.
That is, and
Yes.
timely.
Yes.
okay.
All right,
Thanks for sharing your screen, Lauren. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Lauren. The next thing we wanted to talk about is the fact that October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And what we wanted to announce is that to celebrate the event, the town of Newcastle, working with EPIC, is seeking to create a program that would hire adults, so 18 years and older, with intellectual or developmental disabilities to work at the Chappaqua Performing Arts Center during town-sponsored events. Lucille Rossi joins me today from EPIC. We had a really terrific meeting the other day with at least one stakeholder in this community. And we are in the midst of trying to work out the details. This announcement will be in our next e-newsletter. But we've got a couple of events coming up, one on November 7th, which is a children's drumming program, and one on the 14th, which is the U.S. Air Force Band. It's 42 members of the band. They're going to be performing here. It's for Veterans Day. We're expecting a significant turnout, and we're just so excited to be able to host them. And we thought that those two events might be a nice sort of bookend for us to be able to just venture into this area and see how steep our learning curve is going to be. But we're very excited about it, and we're really thrilled with the enthusiasm and the support that we've received so far. So please look for further details, but it'll be coming shortly.
Thank you.
Lucille, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I'm just going to reiterate what you just said, Jill. This is such a great opportunity. There's already models for theaters that hire people with disabilities. Prospector Theater, namely, is one of them. And, if we could bring that to our community, that would really put us on the map in the disability employment community.
So we're very excited to be able to venture into it and just play some small roles. So we're very
Thank you.
excited.
Well, hopefully a large role.
Lauren?
Baby steps.
Very exciting.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lucille. Thank you for all your help.
Thanks, Lucille.
The next item on the agenda for the work session is the Millwood update. I had promised the board that I would be coming back with appropriate staff to be able to ask questions. Carrie, I don't know if Nicole Richet or any members of the Millwood West End Advisory Board have joined us via Zoom or are present, but they were invited to join us as well.
Yeah, Nicole told me she would be attending, so I don't
know if she's
see
on.
She
her.
is-
Is
she
anyone
a
on, Carrie?
participant.
She's online?
Yeah,
Okay,
they
good.
are. I
Okay,
can make
great.
them panelists.
If she'd like to be, sure. I know I didn't provide you with her email. I am sorry about that.
And then Mike is here in person.
Great. So, Sabrina, should we start with Hudson Wellness Center?
Sure.
That was
I'm gonna
the
share my
hotbed
screen.
of questions the last time the board met.
Okay, well, let me share, so my office has prepared a memo for you. I'm sharing a screen which contains a map. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay, so, here's my pointer. It's not pointing, but here, I'm highlighting. You can see the pink and the hashed pink area. That shows the location of the proposed Hudson Wellness Center. The dark pink is the property in the town of Cortland. The light pink is the property that's part of the project in the town of Newcastle. It just real quickly, the piece of property in Newcastle is proposed to be left as is. They are not proposing any development. This project is looking to locate in an existing hospital facility that has since been abandoned. So they are looking at repurposing buildings and parking that is already there. It's a 20.83 acre property. They're looking to put in a 91-bed private residential treatment program. The property in Cortland is 27.8 acres. The property in Newcastle is 20.83 acres. And it really truly straddles the border of the two towns. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now that you know where it is. We examined, when we first heard of this project, my office has been keeping tabs on its progress through the town of Cortland's boards. They are currently before the town's planning board. The project has been continually adjourned from the planning board. My understanding is that there are negotiations that the applicant is having with surrounding property owners, and they have requested adjournments from the planning board meeting. So it has not yet been back before the planning board. We started reviewing this project back in 2017. This is an updated memo that you have before you today based on their most recent records. We had identified really 4 areas of concern for our town. The first was traffic. We looked at parking and stormwater, and we also looked at groundwater and lighting, so really 5 areas. The applicant has made certain assumptions, and other communities, Osning, have also weighed in with some of their consultant work. And one of the bigger concerns is traffic. They said that Newcastle would be feeling impacts of traffic. There was a report done by Frederick P. Clark Associates for the village of Osning. And in that report, it said that Newcastle would see the brunt of the traffic. And we had asked the applicant to explain that to us, so we would understand where traffic was originating, where it was leaving the facility, and kind of how it would work. So we're still waiting for some response regarding that. I summarized the most recent data in each of these areas for you. We are poised to send another memo over to the town of Cortland so that we can put them on notice, again, that we're still waiting for more information. I can leave it like that. If you have specific questions, I'm happy to answer them or answer them to the best of my ability, and we'll leave it at that.
Any idea when this all might come to fruition?
No.
That far
It
off?
is, in speaking with the planner in the town of Cortland, Chris Kehoe, he said he would not be surprised if they are not on an agenda until next year.
And when's the next time they're meeting?
It is up in the air. They're scheduled to meet in November, but he is suspect that it will be adjourned again.
So we should make sure we're on top of that and attend that meeting.
We are on top of it. Chris does send us notices,
Okay.
his agendas, we are keeping watch on this project. for the
Kellen
town.
had been scheduled to attend the next meeting, actually, which was October 5th, which is why we scheduled
Right.
it for tonight, so we'd be able to report on it. And then it was adjourned at the last moment. So we've got, Sabrina's got somebody assigned to be able to monitor it and report back and be physically present at their meetings, so.
Right, and which is why, based on the review of their most recent information, we're gonna send another memo where there are holes and our questions haven't been answered.
And for clarity, and I think you may have said it, and I apologize if you did, the 20-some-odd acres in Newcastle is not slated for development. It's
No, it
solely-
is not. It's left to be in its natural state.
But is the water or the water sources going to be affected?
They have done groundwater pumping tests, Very similar to what was done for Sunshine Children's Home. They've conducted trace analyses. There are 2 wells in the town of Cortland that may have a relationship to drawdowns on this site. So they are doing further analysis, and the applicant has committed to doing well monitoring for up to 2 years or 75% occupancy of the project.
Sabrina, are they they're using existing parking lots? Are they adding any impervious surface with this?
I think they are adding some impervious surface, maybe refinishing, reshaping. The town engineer has a call into Cortland's engineer to talk to him about a stormwater pollution prevention plan, how much impervious surface. We need a little bit more detail to follow through on that.
And
So
then, should we have concern about maybe a historic disturbance of wetlands that's already on that site? Like where,
Not in the
wetlands
town of
was filled in or
Newcastle.
something that's going to create problems now in a more modern construction environment?
Yet to be determined.
Okay.
All right, I do need to inform you that as part of, right now, the town of Cortland's wetland requirements are not as stringent as the town of Newcastle requirements. We are working as part of the Indian Brook watershed to come up with a 5-town community overlay to bring some level of consistency among environmental protection amongst the 5 communities in the Indian Brook watershed. So this area between Cortland and Newcastle would be subject to that overlay. But we're not that far along in planning for that, but there's a lot of discussion over that.
But this would likely gain whatever approval it's going to gain prior to the completion of that exercise?
Maybe or maybe not.
Okay.
Is Mount Kisco in that overlay?
No.
I guess if they're using some of the same criteria for water management as were used at Sunshine Home, maybe that's a problem. I know
Why?
Sunshine Home was just having like flooding issues and are digging up a parking lot and redoing drainage and stuff because of flooding.
Yeah, and I believe there's radium in their water.
It is the same hydrogeologist, the same approach to hydrogeology, not stormwater.
Okay.
So there's a difference.
Yes, I was reading that section, right, about impacts on regional wells, right? That's what you're talking about?
That's hydrogeology, not stormwater.
So does that have the potential to really drain the Newcastle wells and?
There's no connection thus far established between wells in Newcastle and wells in Cortland.
And then certainly, I think as you've already done, want to emphasize the traffic impact concerns. I've certainly gotten lots of feedback from residents around Spring Valley Road and Alapartis that road improvements have led to, speeding in traffic problems. There are people flying through.
That is always the downside and the unintended consequence of having beautifully smooth, paved, widened roads.
It's a little bit.
Speeds necessarily go up.
Right.
Yeah.
Certainly, some of the feedback that I had gotten is that the residents are actually not so keen on road improvements out there
Yeah.
There's
for
some
that
streets
reason.
for that, yeah, here that on the east side of town that don't want it for that reason.
Okay, should we move on to Sunshine, since we almost segued into there?
Absolutely. Go ahead,
All right.
Sabrina.
Oh,
I can talk to Sunshine, but Tom DePole is present, and he might want to take the lead on this one.
Mike, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question on the Wellness Center.
Wellness Center.
yep.
Is there, the 20 acres that we have in our town now, that's zoned residential, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is there anything else we have to do to protect ourselves so that the Wellness Center cannot, well, I guess they can always request a rezoning, but is there anything else we can do to make it less, to make it more difficult for them to expand into the Newcastle side? More of a legal question. which is why-
My understanding is that they have said that they would deed restrict that property for no development. We can confirm that when we send our most recent memo.
Okay.
That would be a positive step.
And the
Yeah.
overlay district, when it is done, will help protect that as well, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Super, thank you.
I
That would
think
just
it's
bring
also
everybody
important
up
to
to our-
note,
Oh,
I
sorry.
think it's important to note because that is Newcastle, in the town of Newcastle. Our wetland regulations are much more stringent with a 150-foot buffer as compared to what is in the town of Cortland. So there's already a lot more protections on that property.
Right.
So what we hope as an outcome of the overlay district is to essentially raise the standard of the communities that are surrounding the Indian Brook
Correct.
watershed
Unless the town,
to Newcastle
Correct.
levels.
well, but it's also, it's a question of, is 150, are we happy with 150 feet? Right now it is a permissive buffer. I'm not sure where the board stands at, changing the permissive nature of the buffer. We look to avoid and mitigate. Avoidance is that first step. But there's a lot more study and analysis to go through with that project to come up with any conclusions. So I don't want to mislead you at this point.
Got it. Thanks, Sabrina.
Yep.
We ready to turn it over to Tom?
Yes, Tom.
Sounds good. Good evening, all. So
Good
we're
evening.
talking about
Tom.
Sunshine Children's Home. I'm here to paint a picture of how they're moving along and what stages they're at in their construction. The building is up and erected. For the most part, sidings are complete, roofing is complete, windows have been installed. If you had to put a percentage base on the building construction, the exterior is about 85 to 90% completed in regards to the building. If we're talking about the existing site directly adjacent to the building, they're a fair guess about 80% complete. There are areas that are adjacent to the dog park on the western side and on the northwestern side have been completed to almost 100% levels and have been secured and are in essence ready for use. If there ever should be a need for an emergency response, those safety roadways are accessible and functioning. The parking areas and other site developments that are along the northern western side are still under construction and moving along satisfactorily. They're probably about 75% complete. The building is being outfitted on the inside now with mechanical, electrical, insulation, medical gases, and there are some small areas of sheetrock being installed to close up. We've met with the Millwood Fire Department on site numerous times and gone over fire suppression, fire alarms. It's a very well thought out planned project and should be a nice asset when completed. Does anyone have any questions?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Tom, I had a question about the fire lane that surrounds the property. I think they had
Yeah.
clear-cut trees to put in a fire lane access that encircles the building. There doesn't appear to be a fire lane there. There's grass, and they've planted some trees there.
Okay, if you're referring to the lane that goes around the building, there's a two-part fire lane. Half of it is a 8-foot wide concrete walk, and adjacent to that is a 12-foot wide structural drivable green path. It's basically grass over a hard substrate that can support the weight of a fire or emergency vehicle. There was no additional trees, to the best of my knowledge, that were taken down. That was all part of the original plan.
Okay. That was one question.
And
Go ahead,
Tom,
Jeremy.
oh, go ahead.
So, Tom, one of the issues that has arisen many, many times, it seems to be that there's concern among the neighbors or neighboring properties that there's not proper notice when trees are being taken or more trees were taken or there were some detonations, that the information wasn't provided timely or it wasn't even on our own website updated. So is there anything that is well, I'll use the term heavy lift, is there anything that's big or impactful in nature that's going forward that residents should be aware of? I mean, you're saying 85% is complete here, 90% is complete there. Is there anything that residents should be aware of in that immediate adjacent area of upcoming work?
I would have to answer that there is no immediate dangers or any.
I don't know if dangers was
knowledge
necessarily the
of that.
right term, not necessarily dangers, but being advised of what's happening.
The Sunshine has been posting on their website, a broad spectrum of where they're at in their construction, and their updates were at a lull because most of the work was internal to the building, and you really didn't see a lot of quick turnaround of things because it is a vast building. But they have been updating it, and we do have a recent update which is more clear to the current state of construction and the policies and practices that are going on. If you're referring to blasting, all that was a while ago, and everything was publicly notified as per agreed with the blasting permit. So I don't understand why that's still circling around. There has not been blasting since then. That was a one-time event and has been ceased. That they would not blast anymore.
Tom, I had residents complaining to me as recently as yesterday that they're actually doing fracking there and they can hear the blasting now to try to find, more clean water. So are we following that?
I have no direct knowledge of any well fracking that's going on, nor have I heard any inclination to do that. Now,
I've heard from a number of residents that they hear it and they've seen it.
It seemed like there was a big digging project that is initiated that might perhaps be partially flood mitigation.
Again, to the best of my knowledge, Sunshine is working on the area in the parking lot which houses 2 large subsurface tanks, and there is enormous amounts of rock, so it's not uncommon to have hydraulic hammers running continuously, breaking that rock, cutting troughs and paths and getting to the depths needed to support the undersurface tanks and stormwater facilities. Well fracking is a completely different operation and would probably be done on a different part of the property that there's no evidence that I've seen equipment in those areas.
So maybe it's perceived, even if it's not incorrect, maybe someone thinks it's something it isn't.
Maybe.
So I think that goes to the information component here about making sure that the local or neighboring residents understand what's happening when they're hearing these things or possibly seeing them as well.
I saw, and how often do you go out there?
I'm out there approximately every 2 weeks doing a drive-through and site walk. We have Terry Rowe from engineering that's also out there doing an engineering analysis. I don't know his frequency, but he is out there quite often as well.
So I'm feeling like, because I hear so many complaints from residents, that maybe we want to do some kind of surprise check-ins over there and see if anything's going on when you're not scheduled to arrive.
We can do that.
I think that would be important.
I think the other request we had gotten was that this is a project of note. Any permit applications, extensions, and documentation, any documentation related to this doesn't seem to be updated on the town website.
Yeah, like their water mitigation and their water results. I think it hasn't been updated since maybe January.
Sabrina can speak to that.
The most recent reports have been posted. The applicants' water folks have to request from the state an extraction of the information that is required for them to be posting. So I can tell you it is up to date as far as the information we have received, and I'm continually asking them for the most recent information. To my knowledge, based on my postings from late last week, everything should be up to date when it comes to the water monitoring program.
So Sabrina and Tom, just as far as protocol and just process, have residents been calling and complaining, like when there's a project of this size, what typically happens if someone, I'm making it up, like the neighbor notices that they're not following the rules? Are they supposed to contact you? Because I find it very untimely that we're hearing it from the town board members, but you and Tom, who are Tom, like, for lack of a better term, like boots on the ground, like who's there, doesn't know about it. So how do we make that communication more effective?
Well, they have called into town board meetings even recently and talked about it.
Listen, I think that I'm going to say that the best course of action, right? If they suspect that something is not being done according to the way it's supposed to be done, call our office, send an email. If you see something going on, call the police. We're not there 24/7, and our eyes are only as good as somebody who sees it and tells us about it. Waiting until a town board meeting on Tuesday night really isn't helpful for us to be taking action. We get calls every day regarding building projects that are occurring from the town, and I'm sure Tom can give you a more detailed time accounting as to how much of his time is spent dealing with calls that we get regarding illegal activity or things that they're not certain that they should be, neighbors not certain of what their activities should be occurring.
Let me jump in and try to answer some of this. We go on a lot of complaints on a daily basis. We've had little interaction with Sunshine. There has not been many complaints. There was a lot more early on in the process when they were first starting and up until the blasting stage. Once the building was coming out of the ground, everything kind of subsided, thankfully that we were all getting along peaceably. But we take that seriously. If a complaint comes in, we're out there same day or the very next morning, depending on when the complaint is lodged, to see the relevancy of the complaint. So having a neighbor, landowner come directly to the town board, we don't have the opportunity to go see after the fact. It's too late. We need to be there, like you said, boots on the ground to see this. So if anyone has a concern, complaint, doesn't have to be logged in with a name. They can call and we will respond. We always do.
Tom, I think there was another question that was raised to me too that I didn't know the answer to, and that was whether there is meant to be a fence around the property.
A construction fence or a final finished fence?
A finished fence.
I believe in the plans there is a fence around the property for security. Now, what's there now may not be that version. It's a construction fence.
Yeah, I think what's there now is remnants of a construction fence in disrepair.
There are some sections where that is true, and we've asked them to repair those to keep neighboring areas safe. We've had that conversation not that long ago.
And you'll follow up on that, obviously, and make sure
I've been following up on that right along, and it goes hand in hand with the erosion controls as well, because they need to be kept and maintained so that we don't have any concern about off-site problems. Everything is contained to the site. So yes, we are following up on that, and we do that, like I said, at least every 2 weeks or have knowledge of this. We were just up at the site the other day with the fire department going over the back, drivable areas to make sure everything was accessible.
Yeah. I was going to say the engineering division is out there doing site inspections as well.
Now, you were talking briefly before about the well water. The new building has not been connected to any water source, so there's no demand from the new building at this point.
All right, Tom, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you,
And I guess
Tom.
the
Thanks,
last
Sabrina.
question, Tom, was was that there had been some reported flooding of newly built parking lots there, and whether we were aware of that, and whether that meant that perhaps those parking lots were not in a good place, or that the stormwater management was not up to snuff.
Well, the timing of this last couple of bad storms was inappropriate because the stormwater systems and the parking lots were not completed. They were under construction. So therefore, not all processes were installed at that time frame. So there was situations where there could be a concern. But after the work is completed, that should all have been corrected.
Are
Anyone
there
else have
any further
questions?
questions for Tom
No,
or
thanks.
Sabrina?
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, guys.
You're very welcome.
Okay. The last thing that we were going to do for the update, actually, I got. And that is the Millwood Yard, which I have a long history with. So, the good news is that DOT has long completed the brand-new facility at the DOT yard. The bad news is that the old building lingers. So they removed the office portion of the old building. They left the remaining bays, and it looks like they just walked out in the middle of a project. I spoke to Ken Strongman, who's the engineer in charge of the project. He told me that the demolition started back in May and that the garage bays were always intended to stay. But as the demolition progressed, they learned that the wall between the office building and the garage bays was not structurally sound. So basically, they just had to stop. It took 10 weeks to get plans to shore up that interior wall that was supposed to be left as an exterior wall, and another 2 weeks to review the plans for the shoring up the wall and stabilizing the remaining portion. So basically, those plans for the stabilization of the remaining portion of the building need to go out to bid. They're hoping that the project will be completed by early 2022. But knowing how long it takes for everything to happen, that's optimistic. But the good news is that they're not just leaving it the way it is. They know that it looks like it's in the middle of a project. It is in the middle of a project, and they will be coming back to finish it up and then complete the site work.
Hey, Jill, can you just remind me where that location is?
Sure. It's on Route 100 as you're approaching the Taconic State Parkway. It's on your left-hand side.
Is it next to that gas station?
It's by Campfire Road.
like
Campfire Road.
diagonally
Okay,
across
thank you.
from the gas
Thank you.
station.
Okay, awesome.
So if you're wondering why it still looks like it's under construction, it's because it's still under construction. Yeah. That's all I have. Nicole, is there any questions that you have or anyone else has? Nothing from Nicole?
Do we want to see if we have any hands
Can you see
raised?
me, or am I just talking? It doesn't matter.
Oh, hi,
Yeah,
Nicole.
first of all, thank you very much for addressing these West End issues. I just have a couple of questions for clarification going back to the sidewalk plan. I think I understood, which is great, that what's being considered is the sidewalk from the county trail to Gedney Park.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. The other thing is regarding sunshine. I think, and several of you addressed it, but the need for oversight is very important, so that things aren't happening that maybe shouldn't be happening, and then asking for forgiveness later. And I do know that there have been a couple of occasions, not at Sunshine, but on the West End, where the police have been called. Two very specific occasions, and I think the Newcastle Police Department is great, and they've done a wonderful job. But there were two occasions where the police didn't know the law, and so they let what was going on continue. So I guess probably, Sabrina, what you were saying is reporting anything that looks awry directly to your office. Is that what you're saying? Okay. And then regarding the that's okay. Regarding the DOT, Jill, so those old bays are going to come down, correct?
No, those old bays are staying.
But they are a total eyesore.
Yes, they are at the moment, and he has assured me that they won't be by the time they finish. But I think that the structure of the building itself, they are always in need of garages, and I guess they figured that since they had garages, they would keep it up. For the amount of time and energy and money it's going to take for them to shore up that wall, they probably could have rebuilt something. But not
So
going to be the
we're-
one to recommend it to the state, but I've told him that the community expects to see a facility that mirrors the new facility, and that, they should look like matching bookends.
So do you expect they're going to do a facelift to those
Yes,
buildings?
yes. They certainly
Okay.
can't leave it the way it is.
Yeah. And also another thing, they planted some evergreens in front of the new building.
Yes.
And I noticed that one of them is dead.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah, and so maybe we need to ask them to replace that tree and preferably replace it with a tree that's the height of the ones that have grown into a reasonable height. They look like maybe they're 12 feet tall, because what they planted originally was about the smallest tree they could possibly plant.
Yeah, the
So it'd be
arborist will,
nice-
the
It would be nice
arborist,
if-
Okay.
It would be nice if they planted something that was gonna, be the same size as the ones that are there now.
I know, I could tell you that the arborists are going to tell you that the smaller the tree, the better the chance of survival is. And it's
Well,
pretty rough out there, but
I planted many,
I'll
many
certainly mention it
12-foot
to them.
trees. I've planted many 12-foot trees on my property. They're doing fine.
Yes, you probably take care of them though, right? I will certainly pass it along, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Jill, while we're on this topic, do you think we could get an update on the Millwood sidewalk, since we were talking about sidewalks at Millwood?
So our Millwood sidewalk, we are stuck in the purgatory of New York State DOT real estate, and we are waiting for them to approve the conveyance, which is no longer a purchase of Santamaro's property. It's just an easement is what they've decided on after we went through all the paperwork and I think actually purchased the property. And we're sort of stuck there. We remain at 60% on the sidewalk plans because we can't move any further until we get the approval from New York State DOT real estate. And, Bob Cioli has been emailing them weekly, just trying to find out where we are and what the status is and how do we move along. We're ready to go. NV5 has been ready to go. This just speaks to the challenges of building in a New York State DOT right-of-way. And we're actually just replacing, we're just trying to replace a sidewalk that's there and falling apart. And just, adding a small section. And it's been daunting, to say the least. I will find out from Bob if he's gotten any further news, but that's where we are at present. Sabrina, you don't know of anything further, right? Yeah. He told me it would be, a long and arduous process, and I was like, how long could it be?
Now,
It's a long and
one of the
arduous
questions that came up yesterday and yesterday's beautification board meeting was if there was a planting plan or a streetscape plan
There
for that
is.
sidewalk.
There
and if they
actually
could
is
see it.
one, and New York State has pared it back, unsurprisingly, because they don't want any trees right along the roadway to block any sight lines, so they have to be pushed back, but they do in fact exist.
Okay.
Along Rockies in that area there, but it won't be right along the edge of the road, the way it is in our town. Think about how, like, our streetscape in the hamlet is. Where
Yeah.
the
Are there new
trees
streetlights going in there?
Yes, there are some
Okay.
streetlights going.
So they were asking because they were wondering if we needed to think about budgeting for planters and
Ah.
lights and, for the
Yeah,
holidays and for
I'm
the.
not sure they're going to allow planters in their right-of-way, so I could certainly ask about that.
Okay, thank you.
We do have someone online with their hand up.
Sure.
Cynthia Moses, just unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm not sure if this is the time. So Cynthia Moses, 100 Glendale Road. I'm not sure if this is the time to speak to your work agenda, or should we wait until the public meeting to speak to your work agenda items?
If it relates to what we just discussed, Cynthia, it's by all means you can share. If it's something else, then I would suggest to wait.
I think, because you have Sabrina and Tom on the call right now.
Now's the time. Okay, so hi everyone. I am a neighbor of, direct neighbor of Sunshine Home and right down the street from Hudson, the proposed Hudson Wellness Project. I really appreciate that you have, done a review, Sabrina, and brought it to the attention of the board. I think there are lots of people who would love to have the opportunity to share their experiences with the board who might not have picked up on tonight's meeting. So maybe they can get a chance next week to call in. With the Hudson Wellness property, you talked about how there's a lot of information to still be put together for you to review, but that as far as you know, they are not planning to build on the Newcastle property. I have a couple of questions about the Newcastle property. So it's 20.83 acres. Nobody understands why they purchased the property in the first place, so that has residents concerned. Residents are concerned, as you mentioned, about their own wells on the Portland side. I would be worried about the wetlands and aquifers and Indian Brook watershed that you will be studying shortly. Is there a possibility to get a deed restriction where they still wind up making use of, for instance, the aquifer on the Newcastle side, like add wells on the 20 acres without building actual buildings and pipe it to the Cortland side?
If I may, deed restrictions come, with many different restrictions, right?
Right.
It's not just about buildings, but it could be tree removal. In order for them to dig a well, they would most likely have to cut down trees. We can dig in deep as to what they are restricting when or give our preference as to what we'd like to see in a deed restriction regarding that property. And I would say no disturbance, period, not just buildings.
Right, that's great. So in fact, the deed restriction negotiation would actually happen with Portland, not with Newcastle?
Correct. The applicant owns the property, and as part of this project, they could require a deed restriction on that property.
Well, they
But
claim
what-
it's not part of the project.
My understanding that it is part of the project, it's not part of their building project. It's owned by the same entity who owns the property in Cortland.
Or some configuration of the owners, the humans, but not necessarily the same ownership name on the deed. So I guess we'll cross that path a little later. But I think we would all be concerned about, water on the Newcastle side, and of course, environmental impacts with the trees and the nature and so forth, since it's a core piece of what we all consider Greater Teatown. We also are, as mentioned, quite concerned about the traffic impacts. Do you know, since it was the same consultant who did the traffic study for Sunshine Home and for Hudson Wellness, whether they included the expected impacts of the Sunshine Home traffic in their numbers?
We back in 2017, we asked that question and we received confirmation that they did account for the traffic analysis from Sunshine Children's Home.
Using the numbers that Sunshine shared with Newcastle, same numbers.
Correct. Well, they took whatever information was available from the Sunshine Children's Home project when we did the traffic analysis, or required the applicant to do the traffic analysis that we then had our consultant verify. That information was required to be included in this project's traffic analysis.
And we got confirmation that it's actually in there.
Yes.
Okay, super. Moving on to Sunshine Home, several different things happened in the last, I don't know, I'm losing track of time, but let's call it 6 months, where Sunshine Home, all sorts of permits expired. Their construction permit was renewed after it expired. They cut down 17 mature white pine trees, which are indigenous to this area, because one had broken and failed at some point, and claimed that it was not part of the site plan, so therefore did not have to be counted in the tree replacement count. I'm asking for a review of that. I've spoken with Tom about it, and I'd like the town to require that the caliber of those lost trees be included in their tree replacement plan and requirements.
Wouldn't any tree that gets taken down be part of that? How do you opt out of that requirement for replacement? Assuming what Cynthia's saying is accurate, how does one opt out? If a tree's taken down, the tree's taken down.
The removed trees have to be part of the lines of disturbance of the construction site.
That's a separate issue. I mean, it's a separate issue. So I just, generally speaking, Sabrina or Tom, if you remove trees on your property, isn't there a mandate that you ultimately would have to replace a certain caliper based on what you removed?
Listen, if they qualify as part of the trees that we regulate under the tree
Right.
removal requirements, they are required to be replaced up to a certain percentage
Right.
of their diameter at breast height.
So it's irrelevant, really, if they're part of a particular site plan, if the trees qualify.
It has to be,
Gotcha.
it has to be trees that are regulated.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And so certain trees, if they're dead, dying, diseased, would not necessarily qualify under a tree
Understood.
removal permit.
Right, and they're gonna claim that these trees had reached their, they were dead and dying. I would argue that we all know that if you don't maintain your white pines, they grow in all sorts of, fabulous and uneven directions. And that's their job, to maintain them, not to just let them go to the point where the lack of care created, a lack of vibrancy on the part of these trees. So I'm asking for you to take a harder look at that and hope that you would impose those trees in the tree count, along with other trees that were supposed to survive construction and have not survived construction.
And I will tell you, Cynthia, Dennis Corelli, the town's environmental coordinator, who is responsible for the trees, has been intimately involved with what's been going on there in regards to trees.
That's great. Maybe he could post something on the Newcastle page for, Sunshine Home, an update on trees. That's great. Then I guess for the people who do the dog park walking and, view from my property, could we get a better understanding of what a grassed over EMS fire department road does? Because what we all see is a pathway that's not really 8 feet wide, but there's a path and there's grass and there's new plantings. So how do those, invisible emergency access and egress roads work?
All right, let me jump in and try to explain what we have here. There is a concrete walkway, and adjacent to the concrete walkway, there is a structural infill that has grass on top of it, which allows an emergency vehicle to traverse down that 20-foot wide pathway in the event that it needs to access a section of the building. So underneath that thin layer of grass, it's been engineered by Sunshine Children's Homes engineering firm how to support and stabilize the ground and it's been looked at by our town engineer to facilitate not having a large driveway around the property, but more of a park-like setting with a walkway and a grass yard.
So when you get a snowstorm of, 12 inches, what happens?
Sunshine is obligated to keep that area plowed so that it's always accessible.
From the beginning, I don't only worry about the environment, I worry about the safety of these kids. So this seems like an attractive plan visually, but scares me and many other neighbors, the notion of less access as opposed to more access for these kids in the case of an emergency. I'm sorry.
I can assure you I've been up there with the Millwood Fire Department, and they are very appreciative of what is being put there for them to have access.
Mm-hmm. That's good. And as you mentioned, they're in the process of doing quite a bit of parking lot work right now, including their prior existing parking area. All of it has been dug up, and I personally have not heard anything that sounds like blasting, but I'm hearing an enormous amount of noise, and it's a lot of pulling up and moving of this original parking lot material. Do you know, for instance, right now where there's no original parking lot and no expanded parking lot yet, where everybody's parking? And because it's supposed to be used as a triage area in case of emergencies, what would happen if there were an emergency right now in terms of access? Because these kids continue to live on site.
I think that's a question best to defer to the town engineer to answer. That would be more his realm of expertise. I can afford you this, that there is a valet parking plan in place, so that allows for maneuverability on the site.
Cynthia, I suggest you have a lot of pointed questions which are valuable, and maybe with a little more time and research, Tom and Sabrina or Bob, whoever is the best person to answer them, can answer them. So I know you ask a lot of questions which are very good, but maybe for these, and including the ones you've already asked, if you need more specificity, you can send an email to them so that they can sufficiently answer, for better or worse, the questions you're asking.
That would be great. And I could also query the neighbors around Sunshine for, I'm not the only one with questions.
Right.
So.
I think that's a fair way to deal with it. You can singularly maybe send that over and CC as many people as you want, but try to put it in one place.
Good. I'd love to. Thank you so much, and thank you for putting it on the agenda.
Thank you,
very
Cynthia.
much.
Thank you for everything.
Yeah, it's good. It is. I think it is good though that Tom, you've been on the call tonight to be able to update.
Yes, thank you, Sabrina, and thank you, Tom.
Because I think
You're very
Cynthia's
welcome.
had lots of questions over the weeks, and we've been wishful for your input. So
Yes, thank you.
Carrie, is anyone else, you said someone else had their hand up, but I would suggest if you have your hand up, it needs to be specific about this particular issue. Otherwise, I'd ask you wait for public comment.
No, that was an email
Oh,
about
perfect.
Cynthia
Terrific.
from earlier.
Thank you. Go ahead. Just say who you are, please.
No. That was the last. Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
there's someone in the
person.
audience.
Okay.
Rob Fleischer, Oak Hill Road in Chappaqua. For this particular project, and I heard before about the levels of completion, some are 75%, some are 90%. What do we need to do now to make sure that when it ends, we're in the best position possible to look back and compare what the expectations were to what we got? Whether it's that the quality and the levels in the aquifer, the traffic counts, all those types of things that have raised a lot of concerns that Cynthia was talking about here. Is there anything we need to do now to put ourselves in a good position to make sure that we know what happened, you know, and we know how good of our estimates were and their estimates were. That's really the question I have. Since they're here, I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess that a way to paraphrase that is, are there obligations to the property owner to update on impacts at the end of the project?
So do you mean like
you-
well monitoring? Because at the end of the day, the Sunshine Hospital is not the town's project. So the quality of the workmanship, as far as the quality of the, you know, the medical facility, that's for the owner of the property to take and make that determination. We will not be
So-
part of that.
So if I may, you know, the requirement on the well monitoring program is that once the hospital is in full occupancy, you know, is open, they're using the new part of the building, the number of beds has increased, and they've been monitoring the water. If there are problems with the surrounding wells that are involved in the well monitoring program, you know, the applicant is reporting to us on a monthly basis regarding the monitoring activity. If our consultant is reviewing that information, if there is a problem, Sunshine Children's Home is obligated to fix that problem. And that is part of their conditions of operation. That is written into their special use permit. As far as traffic, it is, they're not required to monitor or count traffic.
But even if they're not required to, I think as part of what we do, and this is a pretty major project, is there something that we would do? And, you know, because I know there was a lot of concerns about local residents, but how many extra cars will come through. I understand the comment you made before, Jill, about the unintended consequence of paving roads and making them nice and pretty. But still, just so we have some level of expectation about what we thought was going to happen and what actually did happen, because I think that'll be helpful for us.
I don't think, I'm just assuming that the town is in the business of, when private entities adhere to whatever they're supposed to go back and then do traffic counts or other types of monitoring. And Ed, tell me if I'm wrong or if that's atypical, but it'd strike me as that would be extremely cumbersome and financially overbearing on any municipality to do that kind of work on a non-public endeavor.
That's right. With respect to traffic, that would be very atypical. With respect to the well monitoring here, that is forward-looking. That is something that'll be monitored.
So, but I would imagine, right, that if there were traffic impacts that were of concern to residents that lived in the area or residents that drove through the area, that they would ideally report those to the town, to the police department, and we would address it that way in terms of town traffic study at a site of concern.
Right.
And I would just remind everyone that this is a residential district with a special permit, if I'm not mistaken, for this type of a building, and this type of a structure, and this type of a use, which is unique from just general compliance with a particular zoning code. So it's a little different. And I think that allowed to build in other protections, if you will, to make that special permit happen. So thank you, Rob.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina and Tom.
Okay, Sabrina's not leaving yet, though.
Sorry, Sabrina.
I am not leaving.
Sorry, Sabrina and Tom.
And Tom is
Thank you,
going to
Tom.
stick around for a bit too.
Because the next thing we're doing is the proposed stretch code. This is the Tom and Sabrina
Which is
show.
pretty exciting, so
And Amanda's here to join us as well.
this is good.
Yes, Amanda is here as well. So I'm going to introduce it. Tom's going to provide some detail, and Amanda's going to make sure we say the right thing.
Okay.
No, in all seriousness, we've been talking about it for a while. Adopting the New York State stretch code. It's this stretch energy code, which would bring our energy requirements in our construction and our building codes to where they exceed what state requires today. A reason for doing this is to obtain additional points under the Climate Smart Community Program, the Clean Energy Communities Program, which would make us eligible for additional grant monies. So there's a certain process that has to occur and certain filings with the New York State, with NYSERDA as well as the New York State, as we do with all legislation. But we thought tonight we would introduce the legislation to you. We can have NYSERDA come in and give you a presentation if you have more questions or would like them to. But with that said, I'm going to give a huge shout out to Amanda, who has provided us with a wealth of information to make this process easy for us. Amanda, I don't know if you want to say anything before I turn it over to Tom to really talk about what the stretch, kind of maybe a little bit of detail of what the stretch code is all about.
So, the energy code that applies currently is the ECC of New York State. The stretch code is about one cycle ahead, as NYSERDA would say. So it puts us ahead of everyone. This is what you would have applying in the future. It's about 10 to 12% more efficient than what currently is applied. And there's the process, it goes to New York State as it normally would, but it also gets reviewed by the Code Council. And it's been evolving as each municipality adopts it. So NYSERDA will have feedback on how to tailor it to some of the feedback they've received on some of the components of it. This way the Code Council, when they review it, there's no hiccups and they just approve it and it gets continuously applied.
Tom?
Okay, I'll jump in right here and we'll talk a little bit about energy and energy savings. Right now, we're on the 2020 New York State Energy Code. About every 3 or 4 years, New York State adopts a new code. So we would be taking the 2023 code, in essence, by taking the stretch code now. And when the new 2023 code comes out, we would be taking the next code from there, further accelerating our compliances. What we do get from this is, in a residential setting, you'll get a better envelope on a house. You'll get a tighter air thermal barrier. In essence, we will be compelling the owners and applicants to use better equipment, better material, better sciences, so that we can force them to save money and use less energy going forward without great expenditures of capital to do this. There's generally about 11-year payback period when you do the analysis through NYSERDA for your financial outlay. So your capital investment, you can pay back quickly in about 11 years, like I said, and then from there on, you're saving money every day thereafter. The same goes for commercial aspects of it. By installing better equipment, tighter envelopes, controlling lighting and mechanical environments, we can really dictate a green environment. And with the emphasis on being carbon neutral and less carbon footprints, this is a very easy path to take now, instead of keep pushing it off and waiting for someone else to do it. Any specific questions that I can help with?
Yeah, Tom, so this would be obviously for new construction, but what point would it be for existing, any type of existing work going forward in the change of the code?
Okay, this would incorporate substantial renovations. So if you were redoing an addition or doing work, but you're only obligated to do the area of new work. You're not obligated to bring the whole house into compliance, only say the new addition. And we are located in zone 4, there's zone 5 and zone 6. So we are in the most, the most temperate climate. As you get into 5 and 6, it gets more stringent to comply. So that being said, it's very easy for an owner, an applicant, to meet these compliances for substantial renovations, for new homes. And the town, at the same time, is moving faster on a green path.
I think that the application of this, right, to renovations is of great importance for a community like Newcastle, where the volume of new construction, quote, for renovations to individual homes collectively is likely greater than new construction. So the incremental impact of each of those renovation projects being constructed under the stretch code could be quite great.
Well, that was my emphasis on this. We were looking at this because we have minimal new construction going forward. there's only so much land and so many tear downs that can take place, but small profits add up. So if we can, mandate, and that's basically what the stretch code does, mandate certain paths to follow. So if you just do 2 windows in your home, we're going to make you do 2 better windows, so that that small step will pay back large dividends if everyone takes a small step.
And Tom, on average, I know this is going to be hard to answer, but what is the cost difference for somebody to, let's say, do, a renovation or a new construction under current code and then the same comparable construction under the stretch code?
NYSERDA has looked at these cost comparisons. That's how they came up with their 11-year payback for this. But it really comes down to most of the projects Chappaqua residents are putting in already meet the stretch code. We don't buy the lowest quality in Newcastle. We're buying better quality already. So why not reap the benefit of having your whole house be compliant, and the stretch code will guide you to get the best return on your investment.
Okay, right, but that didn't answer exactly. Is it like it's going to cost 50% more? Is it going to cost 70% more? Is it going to cost 20% more?
You're looking about 20% in certain aspects. Some aspects are already a wash because you have to put that in. We're in climate zone 4, so we're already at a good baseline compared to the stretch code. So you're really upgrading your air barriers, your electrical and your mechanical equipment, which is going to be about 15 to 20%.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else?
You're welcome.
I'm super excited about this. I think this was one of the first things I started on when I started on the town board, was a joint meeting with Sustainable Westchester on this topic. So I am very excited that it's going to happen for us.
Tom, Sabrina, Amanda, what are our next steps if we'd like to go forward with this?
So I think our next steps is to chat with NYSERDA about some of the details and some of the setbacks that they've had with other adoptions of their energy code by other municipalities. There's a particular provision that they're concerned about with ventilation that we want to look to exclude, most likely. It conflicts with the existing building code. So in order to get that approved by the state, it would require a different pathway. And it's very difficult to get a change to the New York State building code. It's very rare. So they're recommending that we just exclude it. Also, tailoring some of the documents that go along with the submission once it's adopted, once sent to the Code Council.
Okay. I know that there was some talk about having Mike Dewan here. Is that something that we envisioned for next week, or can we do it in 2 weeks? What do you, Sabrina?
If possible, I would like to do it next week. We have a filing requirement by the end of the year, and that filing requirement includes within 30 days of adoption, sending it to the Code Council. So if we could put Mike on for next week's, or for the 19th, next week's meeting, I think that would be helpful. And then we can consider, by then we can also submit draft legislation. Amanda, do you think that the legislation, as you have provided to us, is ready to submit to the board?
I think with some small changes based on the discussions with NYSERDA, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we can submit to you a draft of the legislation, have Mike come in, give you a presentation, answer any questions, and then perhaps you could set the public hearing on adoption of the code after that. And then, we'll be in keeping with timing to get everything done by the end of the year and filed.
Okay, just so that you know, October 19th is the start of our budget discussions with the board. We're going to be fully virtual for the meeting on the 19th, and then the following morning meeting on the 20th, which is just budget. Tiffany, when are we starting that budget discussions? Is that a 6:30 start? Because Sabrina has to attend her planning board meeting.
I'm also presenting my budget at 6:30.
Okay, so it would be before that. Christina, do you know, do we have a meeting before that?
And then Jill, our meeting, while they're answering that,
Yep.
on the evening of Wednesday evening.
The 20th, yes,
Is-
that's in person
in
here.
person here, and that's when he could come speak.
No, we would have him come as part of the, actually, yeah, I guess we could. We could do it on the 20th. Does that help you, Sabrina?
Because I feel like the public might want to, hear what he has to say.
It's still all public.
No, I know,
Yeah,
but to not
you know,
tag it on
I
with
think
budget.
that either, Tom, did Mike indicate whether or not he wanted to do this via Zoom or in person?
He would be doing this most likely as a Zoom, because he's in upstate New York. And NYSERDA has other representatives as well if Mike is unavailable.
Right, so I think, we could probably book him for 6 o'clock on the 19th, or if you'd prefer him to come on the 20th, he could do it the 20th.
It would still be probably the same 6 o'clock.
Yeah, why didn't you do the 20th?
Because I have to make sure he's available. We had
Yeah.
only asked for the 19th. So, okay, so why don't we check with him, see what he's available, so it'll either be the 19th or the 20th at 6. Okay?
Okay. Great.
So I realized I had another question for Tom. One of the challenges I think that had been verbalized to me earlier in the process was post-construction inspections for energy efficiency, and that there's specialized inspector that does that assessment, and access to someone who does that was challenging. Is that a challenge that's been overcome?
Depends on the path that the town takes. If we take the prescriptive path, there is not a mandate that we have a Harris rater do an analysis of the house. We're basically going to follow a dictated path of how the house gets put together, so that we don't need a Harris rater or an energy rating index number at the end of the RI. We can take the simpler path. If you were in climate zones 5 and 6, you'd have to go with a Harris rater and have the ventilation, like Amanda was discussing, as mandatory. But because we're zone 4, we don't have that requirement. So there's going to be less of a cost on the applicant.
And time.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, the downside to that, I think, is that you could destroy the energy efficiency, for example, of a window by installing it badly.
True enough, but we do insulation inspections, and myself and Steve Davis, the other inspector, just came back from training so that we are up to speed on the current trends and what to look for, so that when we do our physical inspections, we will be calling out any deficiencies.
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're very welcome.
All right, Jill, shall we move on?
Yep. So the next thing actually Ed's going to take, which is the Urban County Cooperation Agreement. Tom, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
Have a very good evening.
Thanks,
Sabrina,
Tom.
this should take
You're
2
very welcome.
seconds.
Nice seeing you all. Take care.
Probably.
I'll be here, don't worry.
The board may remember last year that the town entered into the Urban County Consortium Agreement. Earlier this year, HUD came out with a guidance document that requires changes, a small change to those agreements across the country. So all participating counties in the country are doing this, and the change essentially is that in a particular paragraph in the agreement where it recites various federal statutes that the participating municipality must comply with, like the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Fair Housing Act, etc., it literally just adds a few words about the implementing regulations that go along with each of those federal statutes as also being something that the municipality will comply with. Very technical change. It's not substantively changing the obligation in the agreement.
Thank you. That was riveting.
Ed, is there anything we're not understanding about that? Is there any trap in there that we could fall into?
If you compare the old and the new, it literally is just adding the words and the implementing regulations with a citation. It's not, like I said, it's very techy. It's not a substantive change.
Okay.
Okay, so there will be a resolution for approval. We have a deadline on getting this in by the end of the week. Correct, Sabrina?
And there's nothing with the fair housing, anything like that, that's nothing substantive. Okay.
There are substantive obligations in the agreement itself, but none of those are changing with this amendment.
Right, we already signed on to the agreement.
Right.
You did,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the next issue is a sign ordinance.
Right, I can introduce that. Lisa asked me to, our office, to come up with a proposed local law that would amend the sign ordinance that's in the town code now with respect to temporary signs. So right now, the town is enforcing the law that's on the books with respect to temporary signs in the right-of-way. They're not permitted. This amendment would come up with a definition for temporary signs. It would be durational, and it would say that with respect to temporary signs, they are going to be permitted within the right-of-way for a limited period of time. There are other, if this was something that the board wanted to take up and consider, there may be some other changes in the town code that would be advisable to make, definitional type changes, just to make sure that this change is playing with the other parts of the code that already speak to signs. But that's the gist of it. The gist of it is to allow temporary signs in the right-of-way for a limited period of time.
Gotcha. And I figure, Lisa, if you want to lead off, since it's something that you wanted to pursue, wanted to share your thoughts.
Sure. So we, didn't recreate the wheel. We, pulled this from some other, towns that have similar provisions in their sign ordinances. And, the thought being that right now our code is enforced so arbitrarily because you see, Chappaqua Children's Book Fair signs, those were somehow allowed. The Chappaqua Farmers Market signs are always smack in the right of way, and those are somehow allowed. Yet, Greeley football signs were getting pulled up, or other signs were getting pulled up. So what this really does is it allows event signs, so and something advertising an event, so a football game, the Chappaqua Children's Book Festival, the Farmers Market, etc., to be in, the public right-of-ways for a certain amount of time, and those need to be pulled up within, I think it's no later than 7 days after the event's conclusion. They have to be pulled up. It does limit election signs, for instance, for a period not to exceed 90 days, so that they're just not up all year saying the, event is not occurring for a year. We're going to put signs up for a year. That wouldn't be allowed. And then it would still accomplish the goals of signs that aren't event signs to not be allowed in the public right-of-way. So a sign, advertising a business or anything else would still not be allowed in that public right-of-way.
And
so I thought it was a happy medium to get us to where we wanted to be, with people sort of complaining not only about arbitrary enforcement, but that things that had been done in the past, specifically related, let's say, to the, Greeley, football signs, those aren't going to get pulled up. They had been allowed in the past. People were pretty upset they were getting pulled up. And it allows people to advertise an event that's happening. And it could be a town event, too. Look, the Community Day signs, frankly, shouldn't have been allowed either, other than at the Triangle sign, and those were all over town too. So it allows those type of signs to be up for a limited amount of time until 7 days after the event, and then they all need to be pulled up.
Was it 90 days that I read? I can't find it on the PDF. Was it all of them were 90 days prior?
Yeah, all signs would be treated the same.
So it's 90 days prior, 7 days post.
Correct.
Right.
So I'll just briefly share my thoughts, just some questions or concerns. And I may, not to put you on the spot, Jill, but just thinking out loud, how would you plan on monitoring that? I mean, you're going to make people come in and get stickers and say, this is for, this was approved on X day, or these were added 3 weeks later. It seems kind of difficult just to monitor that, because who's going to determine who's up for 90 days, who's not up? And every time, for example, we'll use the football team, wants to post, do they have to come every week to come get a
No, you don't need
new request? But how do you gauge it? How do you know when it's up for 90 days?
Well, there's a date on an event. You know, football game is Friday night. You know when Friday night is happening. If it's up 7 days afterward, it gets pulled. And if, 90 days before an event, again, there's a date on it. If it's up for a year, people are going to know. If it's 91, is it going to really matter? Odds are most event signs are not going up 3 months before the event. Most are going up within a couple of weeks, a month at most. So I think that it's not going to be that difficult to enforce.
So I asked, let me kick it over to you, Jill, and your thoughts on that.
Well, I certainly would ask Tom, because he and Steve are the ones that the Brian Share this is going to fall on. I don't know, I also question 90 days. It seems like an awfully long time. Is that what you found with other municipalities? They allow it up for 90 days before an event?
We did.
Yeah, I know that we didn't do there are other municipalities that we could look at. I don't know if we've done a deep survey, but 90 days is not uncommon.
So, I'm happy to share my thoughts, but Lauren, do you have anything you want to share? Or?
Well, I do want to address first this arbitrary enforcement issue. I mean, I don't mean to put, and unfortunately, Tom's not on the call anymore, is he?
Can we text him to see if he could pop back on?
I guess my question is that that's an issue for me. If there are signs going up around town that aren't supposed to be up, and I certainly hope that our crew is not being selective about that. I think that that's the first thing that needs to be addressed. As far as just general landscape and just having the enforcement and everything, I will say the feedback that I've gotten from many people who especially live downtown, people from Lawrence Farm South, have been very, very pleased with the lack of signs, just because there's not clutter, it's not blocking the sight lines. It's become a very pleasant environment, especially because on those public lands, we've had, and trust me, I'm sure when I ran for office, I was absolutely, guilty of it, putting 3 signs in one property or 2 signs here and 3 signs there just to keep up with, our opponents, Jeremy. But my point is that a lot of folks, especially because people are home now, have given me positive feedback saying they really don't find the signs helpful or effective in any way. I mean, the attendance at these Greeley football games have been phenomenal and well attended. I just think it's very costly on the environment in that standpoint, as well as just the manpower to regulate it. So I just don't know if we're, creating more work that needs to happen. And, for just based on the feedback that I've gotten from residents who live near those spaces, especially the Triangle in town and Lawrence Farm South, et cetera, they've been very pleased that there haven't been signs out.
On that question about selective enforcement, I just, Tom's not on, but let me just say that I'm confident, based on the discussions that we had a number of months ago with Tom and his department, that that's not happening. There was an effort to, with respect to increased enforcement, but there is no indication that Tom or anybody else from his department is looking at a sign and making a subjective determination as to what can stay or not stay because of what it says.
But Ed,
the difficulty with this is enforcement, and trying to, chase signs as they pop up. And the fact that when you legislate in this area, you can't make distinctions between signs that some people may think are okay and others that seem like clutter to most people. It's either all the signs go or all the signs can stay. You can't pick and choose.
Right. But I mean, look now, then you can go tell the farmer's market they can't put up their signs. I mean, nobody ever takes those down. They're big, giant signs that are smack in the middle of the island right in front of Lawrence Farm South, and it's there every day, and it never moves, and nobody ever takes it away. But if you put a Greeley football sign right next to it, somehow that gets picked up. So my point is, and maybe it's not a football sign, maybe it's a Greeley soccer sign that aren't as well attended. You know, I've heard a ton of complaints and people emailing me constantly, parents who are involved in school sports saying, how on earth, and they're sending me pictures, how on earth is this sign not taken down, but our sign is taken down? And I'm not saying that anyone specifically maybe told them. I have no knowledge of anyone saying take down the Greeley sign but leave up the farmer's market sign. But clearly there's been something that they're overlooking it, because there's no way to miss, for instance, a Chappaqua farmer's market sign that's giant and yellow, and it's a giant placard, and it's there constantly.
I think part of that at least is, and don't quote me because I'm not 100% sure, like for example, the farmer's market is usually on the weekend, at least that's when I see it, so I don't
No,
know.
it's there right now.
Is it there now? Okay.
Yeah.
So we can, but Jill, we can take care of that tomorrow morning, couldn't we?
But I'm not saying we should. Like, I actually think a farmer's market sign should be there to allow people to go, and then it should get taken down after each week and then put back up.
You know, I drove through upstate just yesterday. I was up in Rhinebeck and Hyde Park, and you know, Hyde Park is a little hamlet, although they could use a little development there. A lot of empty buildings, but there was signs everywhere. I took a bunch of pictures. I mean, they were just signs upon signs upon signs. And, you know, I think the concern, at least initially for some, and I can appreciate it, was, let's call it what it is. I think initially when there were signs purchased for a primary and they couldn't go up, I can appreciate that there was an expense involved. Here going forward, the issue here, I think, is trying to craft something in a large part that allows for signs for legislative runs and elections. But we're all on equal footing, knowing going into this cycle that whether you're on Team A or Team B, you couldn't have it on a public right away. I like that it's not filled with clutter. I don't have any objection to it. I have no issue with the cleanliness of it, and in fact, like it so much better. So I don't see a need in that 90-day temporary is almost a permanent, because for all intents and purposes, in reality, 90 days is permanent, because who's keeping up a sign for more than 90 days regardless? So I think it ultimately just goes back to the original schedule of allowing it wherever and anything. And I approve of what we have now. I don't object to what we have now. I'm one person, but I think I'm content with what we have now.
All right. I mean, I'm listening to residents and what they're saying, and you can tell Dawn Greenberg she cannot, that every single Chappaqua Children's Festival sign that was up in the middle of public property, that was clearly put there on purpose, knowing full well what the law was, and was put there to flaunt it, and miraculously was not taken down, that those can no longer happen. To me, I want to see those signs, because you know what? When people come and they want to know where that is, I want them to see those signs and advertise that event. I want our Greeley sports to be advertised. It's not so much the general elections generally happen once a year, once every 2 years really here. It's not to me that big a deal, and you can move the 90 days to 60 days if that makes you more comfortable. But to me, it's really an issue of free speech and allowing these to go up and not taking them down. And to me, it is not that big a deal to have them up for small. That's part of being an American, is allowing us to be able to put that information out there. And to say, oh, well, even if you're saying I'm putting it on private property, but oh my God, it's an inch over the line while I'm pulling it off your lawn, is ridiculous. They shouldn't have to even worry about enforcing that. It should say for a certain amount of time, you let it stay up and then you take it down. To me, it's really cut and dry that this should 100% be allowed. We are not the only town that does this,
Right.
that would do this.
And I would argue that we're not the only town that does what we're doing now. And I don't think that our enforcement folks, and I agree with you, no one's telling them what to take up or what to put down, are doing anything but when they have the opportunity and they see something that's clearly violative, they likely take it. I just drove by today. I saw political signs up that were right on the side of the road, for both sides. You see that.
So, I mean,
there's-
that enforcement's
there's-
worse, though.
So, right, so my point being is that there's plenty that don't get grabbed, and I think in large part just because we don't have the person power to do it. I think that's the big issue.
I think they don't get grabbed because that puts the onus on our DPW department to come out with a ruler and measure and look at your site property line, because I see plenty on the sides of the roads that are on private property, or people at least who put it there think it's on their private property. So it's actually worse for our DPW and our town department to have to go and measure and climb up hills to take them down because somebody complained about a sign that's clearly on private property. But it's much more of an onus on our board, on our departments, to have to worry about where everybody's lines are on their property. And you're just going to get people complaining. To me, this is just so much better to allow it. And I mean, if you're not in favor of allowing the freedom of speech, it's fine. But I really, really am.
Okay.
And
So-
it's not an election thing, because frankly, yeah, it's my signs, but it's Lori's signs
Right,
too,
sure.
that are frankly all over the place in the right of way everywhere. So you need people, and they're flaunting that too. So why not just make it allowable for 60 days if you want, and then you're done?
So I'll leave it at this and say, I don't think anyone on this town board is against free speech. I think let me rephrase that. That is not what anyone wants. No one's trying to suppress free speech, and this is something that many municipalities do. So sometimes things take a little bit to get used to. There's plenty of people who are appreciative and like the fact that we are doing this as it is now. It's an imperfect system. I realize that. I have no objection. I'm one person. The other two can share their thoughts, but I have no objection to what we're doing now.
I mean, I already said what I thought just based on the feedback I got from residents, but also I think that there are just so many more opportunities in a more structured manner with the triangle signs, the electric sign in front of Bell, and if the school really thought that there was issues with attendance of these sports games, I mean, they could certainly put up signs on their property, couldn't they?
Sure.
They have a huge fence on the Bell field. I mean, and they could also put up a banner on the town rec field, couldn't they? Couldn't they just do that? I mean,
You want them to pay for a banner every single week?
I mean, I don't know if we have to charge them, but if there's something
course
that we
they
could
do.
figure it out, I think that there's just more creative ways to doing this. I just personally, and just based on the feedback that I've gotten from residents, folks who are home and who are seeing the signs, they are just so much happier without them being all over the place.
Lori, what are your thoughts?
Anything you want to share, Lori?
I think that Jeremy and Lauren have expressed their thoughts, which suggests to me that this is not going to go forward.
No, Lori, I'd really like to hear your thoughts on this.
My thoughts are that I enjoy the clear right-of-way. I think that the town should equally enforce all sign enforcement of the current law.
All right,
Okay, so then I would advise you to tell your slate to pick up every sign that's blatantly put on public property, and I think plenty of people can provide you with a list. They're inhibiting people walking all along Hardscrabble Road, as well as in the islands of many different places. So if you want to enforce that and not allow your signs, then take them up.
All right, so Ed, so then if there's not a support from the board, we're just going to just leave it here for now.
Leave it, yeah.
Do you want to see if anyone has public comment?
I would actually just like to say one brief thing about this. Look, I've lived here 16 years, and there have been points in time where people, usually around election season, complain about signs, and and the volume of them, the complaints kind of come and go. It's sort of like the complaints when everybody complains there's no air conditioning in the schools, and then the weather gets cooler and they go away, and we go around and around again. This, to me, strikes as something that's wholly different, and I think what the board is seeing here what the community is seeing here is the very slippery slope that you go down when you try and regulate speech. And you also have to consider the context in which this issue has come to head, which is there is a divisive public issue in town. There are different viewpoints on that issue. And it occurred at a time where, because of the pandemic, there essentially was not a real right of assembly. And I don't care if it's 1,000 residents or one resident, if they feel like their viewpoint and they're engaging in respectful discourse is not being heard, I don't care that a lot of people think it looks nicer. That's not, those aren't civil liberties. This isn't, because the majority thinks it looks nicer, the minority voice doesn't get heard. I kind of am stunned. So, and I don't say that as an attack, I just think, let's think it through. I can't believe that in your hearts, if you sat through and thought this through a little bit more, that you wouldn't come to the same conclusion. And whether it's tonight, I know you've got a lot of stuff on your plate, but let's think this through a little bit more. This is exactly the type of problem you get into when you start regulating speech. Please. Thank you.
I think, Warren, to your point, that if this wasn't being discussed in an election cycle, the result would probably be different.
I just think that.
But I think politics are getting in the way, unfortunately, of appropriate governance.
And I can't even think of the number of ways in which this could come back and really have a lot of unintended consequences for people. And I just think this is not the way to go. If there's speech you don't like, that's as long as it's constitutionally protected and you're not inciting violence and it's not hate speech and you're not, I just feel like, that's kind of that's the society we live in. And minority voices are entitled to those voices. And once you start going down this road, it starts affecting things that you never thought about before. Okay, well now what about, sports boosters, or what about this event and that event? And it just gets out of control. And that's why there's a hesitancy to do these things. For me, it really has, it's not the political stuff. It's just that once you get into regulating speech, it becomes a huge problem. So please, I know you've got a lot on your plate tonight. Leave this one open. It's too important. No one's going to ever agree on this tonight. Think about it some more. The community deserves better, and I think all of you as a foursome are better. Thank you.
I don't know why the board wouldn't let this go to a public hearing to hear from the public what they want, instead of people on this table saying, oh, this is what the public wants. Why don't you let the public speak for themselves at a public hearing? It doesn't mean you have to pass a law, but it means you're allowing the public to weigh in on something that may or may not be important to them.
So, number one, instead of going in circles here, Ed, tell me if you disagree. We are not dictating speech or preventing speech. In fact, there are many forums that allow for free speech. This is not unique to Newcastle. Are all those statements fair?
Well, the town code now prohibits what we're talking about, right? So the idea that you're going to regulate speech, town code right now says, subject to some conditions, you can put a sign on your private property. You may not put a sign in the right of way. That's the status quo. What we're talking about is potentially changing the status quo and regulating or allowing speech. Again, the only thing you can regulate are basically time and dimension.
Well, that's my point. Nothing is preventing someone from sharing their thoughts in any other forum. This is just solely about the location of signs.
Right.
So anyway, my position is my position.
So you won't allow the public to opine on it? Just whatever people on this board,
certainly
on this
the public,
table
the
said
public.
is appropriate?
Listen, I think that happens with regularity, that the board makes the decision. Do they not? So, I don't see this something that I'm interested in pursuing now. But I'm just one person, and it appears that two others don't. So, have an objection with this. It doesn't mean it's dead. It can come back another time. But
I'm sure it'll come back right after the largest issue to face our town in years has expired.
I'm sure that's exactly what will happen. That's
I'm
correct.
sure it will.
All right. Well, you know what we're going to do, if you have something to share with public comment, you can do it then. We're going to move this forward. So, so if we can, what's the next
Yes,
issue?
but you're free to say whatever you'd like to say. There's
Absolutely.
freedom of speech.
Absolutely, 100%. A public comment. I'll
But
let
the
you-
elephant in the room here, which I'm very pro-sign, okay, is I don't want to see anybody taking down the hate has no home here signs, any other messages about social equity or racial equity, which are all over our town, which I think are good signs. And these are some of the signs that first went up at the very beginning. And by the reaction from the town board here, it just seems like you're also saying, take those signs up as well. Because the vast majority of those, which have been up for a long time, and I'm very happy that they're all over our town, most of those are in the right of way.
Yes, they are.
So again, this is all about a regulation of time and location.
So
Nothing
please
prevents it.
direct Tom to go around and pursuant to Jeremy, Lauren, and Lori here to please pick up the farmers market signs that are blatantly in the right of way, as well as any other signs that are blatantly in the right of way.
Okay.
I don't want to see that sign when I leave here.
All right. So what is our next issue? Acceptance of donation from Newcastle Baseball Association. Go ahead.
I don't have the details for this, so I'm not going to have a resolution for you tonight, but we are happy to announce a donation from Newcastle Baseball Softball Association. They're going to be reskinning the Millwood field, so it's part of the renovation, that huge renovation that just took place over at Millwood. We got the grant to take and install the lights. They're now going to be taking and working on the field for us. We're tremendously appreciative of their donation. They also restored the Little League fields in Gedney Park some years ago. And again, it's been a terrific partnership. We're very appreciative. And the board should look for this coming up in the next agenda. Evidently, the resolution requires specifics as to the value of each one of the steps of the renovation. And I just don't have those details yet. The meeting was only today and I haven't received them. So as soon as we get it, it'll be back on the agenda for the board's acceptance. And again, we very much thank Little League for that. And the next thing is the administrative items. We've got payment of claims, adoption of the monthly reports, adoptions of the minutes for the 24th and the 28th. We've got 4 separate street opening permits for the bond releases, and an authorization to approve a banner request, and that's for the Historical Society. So, Ed, let me just ask you. Okay, great. Okay, that's it for our work session, and we're ready to launch into the town board meeting.
So let's adjourn for a 5-minute break for.
Okay, and then we'll be back.
All right, so I want to take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the work session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, everyone ready? Ed, Jill, Rob? All right, if we can get a motion to commence the town board meeting, please.
Move to open the town board meeting.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, everyone, welcome to the October 12th, 2021 town board meeting of the town of Newcastle. Any announcements, Jill?
No,
I-
I'll hold them till the e-newsletter.
Okay, as will I. Public comment, new business. I'm sure there are folks who want to come share their thoughts. Please do. And also, if you're online, please raise your hand.
We do have someone online.
Thank you.
I do want to thank you very much for meeting. It's always a pleasure to be in this facility. This is a tremendous thing. This is a place that I hope we can find. Maybe I should take this up. I hope we can find that everybody in town will come here often and do much. So I encourage all negotiations to be productive, and let us create a wonderful, wonderful environment for more entertaining things in board meetings.
Thanks, John. I agree.
Thank you, John.
Everyone in town wants it to get even better.
We thank I do want to thank the Wallaces and Reader's Digest and the history of Reader's Digest for creating this wonderful venue. It's a good place. Just a couple of things, if I may ask. I received a request, speaking about the West End and about Millwood. I received a request recently. They asked simply, how come we don't have Christmas decorations put up on all the main roads in Millwood? Why did we have them downtown Chappaqua? We don't have them all over. We have them on some roads in Millwood, but not all of them. And this was specifically requested, just to give you a sense, by some of the vendors and store owners on the west side. For example, the owner of Millwood Hardware would love to see Christmas or holiday decorations. So I would just like to put that out there. I don't know what it's going to cost. If it's going to cost the town a lot of money, I don't mind contributing to it, even though I live in the other side.
Just a real quick question, Jill. What is? Remind me, what does it cost us to light up the trees in the hamlet during the holidays? Do you remember?
It's, we just approved.
Because we just did.
It's $13,000.
Yeah, about 13,000.
So one of the ideas is that when the sidewalk project in Millwood is done and we have decorative light posts there, we'll be able to take and actually decorate them the way we do along Station Place. We don't decorate all state roads in the hamlet. We don't decorate like 117, only 120 coming through town. Mm-hmm. And that requires, again, permission from the state to be able to put separate electrical outlets on those telephone poles, like where we don't have decorative light posts going up 120, where we just put the
but
snowflakes.
if it's not an electrical decoration, I think we can celebrate the holidays without.
Like with garlands or something like that?
We can look into certain things.
And I'm not even being ethnic about all of this. It's just a matter of getting, hey, we've got a lot to celebrate in this town. Let's do it.
Yeah, so this was actually a point of discussion, again, in yesterday's beautification board meeting, because this is part of the purview of the Beautification Advisory Board in conjunction with the town, and really striving to have winter decorations that are equitable between the Chappaqua Hamlet and the Millwood Hamlet, which was the reason actually that I was asking earlier in the work session about the planting and streetscape plan for the Millwood sidewalks, so that we could essentially expand our decoration opportunities more deeply into the Millwood Hamlet. Another topic of discussion was, if we can make landscaping improvements at the corner where the community sign is now, so that we could, for example, consider some improved lighting around there as well, and landscaping improvements there. So, but a lot of this is all waiting on the sidewalk.
Well, there are things we can do this holiday season.
I agree.
And I would like to see us be able to celebrate and enjoy each other to the extent we can within the bounds of COVID allowances and things. I, for one, welcome the holidays this year with great vigor. And so that was just one point that I would like to raise today.
I think in the area of like non-electrical decoration,
why not?
the planters that exist throughout Millwood are planted by the BAB with the help of the Garden Club with a holiday display. each year.
And and if it's a money problem, I don't mind writing it.
Well, John, it was great. So when we increased the budget of the Beautification Advisory Board, when Rob Adam and I came in from $500 to $25,000, it was done to be able to add improvements like that. So I think we can either look at what incrementally needs to be purchased to further enhance that, or see if there's anything else we need to do, budget-wise. But I think it's not super expensive to be able to put garlands, things like that, to make it a little more beautiful.
And I would encourage it, and since one of the, for example, requesters of this, Millwood Hardware, probably can get you a deal on whatever stuff needs to be done. But why not? It's. I don't mean to be pushy on that, but I just think it's a good idea. And I don't even live in Millwood. It's just a matter of. I think it's only fair. Next point. Just to relate discussions on signs, and I think our discussion on signs is really a sign of the times, because we are communicating with each other by many, many different means and many, many different venues. And I just wanted to say that I always made an effort to remove the Community Day signs and other signs for events that I personally had responsibility or some responsibility for on the same day.
Yeah, you're always good at that.
On the same day as the event. Once the event's over, spend a few hours, knock it down. If I miss it a few, I go back and get them the next day or the next day. But there wasn't an intent to keep these up there. The thing about sporting events, I think sporting events are always timely, and you want to encourage people to show up for the events. You want to encourage people to see them in today's media environment. But again, they need to come down quickly.
Well, I think, John, it comes out to wanting to have a sense of community in town or not have that sense of community. And I would love to see the farmers market and all those signs up, but other people don't want that.
No,
so
all I'm trying to say is, and where I'm going on this is, then you have other signs which put it up. We do know that all lives matter. We also know that the environment matters. We also know that it's important that we put things that are there. People put up signs sometimes for personal reasons. It could be an election. It could be advocacy of a particular position or point of view. The signs and the issue that we ran up against in the past, which is where could I put the signs and where couldn't I put the signs? And I'd always try to follow that. For example, one thing that wasn't raised today but is also an issue in the sign discussion is putting signs you can staple around a light post or a parking post and things that are downtown. Now that can be really, really junky depending on what's there. Now if somebody's got a theater event that's happening in Pleasantville, or somebody's running a this or that or the other thing as a form of outdoor advertising, it's always been regulated. Remember, billboards. Billboards used to be big name advertising. You put that out there because you couldn't put it up. But if you wanted to communicate to somebody on a highway, there was a billboard that somebody paid a lot of money for. So in bringing up these issues, and I think it's wise that we do it, I always understood where I could put signs and where I couldn't, and I'm glad to do that. I also do want to communicate to my neighbors frequently, but this is a new age of communication. So I encourage the board to just follow the protocols, ask people what they want to do, how they want to do it. Too much of anything is not a good thing. So how much is enough? Let's talk about it. We'll figure it out. But I do want to thank you all for the time that you've done. I also thank you for the wonderful environment we're in, and I hope everybody in town will come here for many, many events once we can get them established. This is a great venue, and thank you for resurrecting it and keeping it alive. Now I'll shut up and go away.
Thank you, John.
Nice day.
Hey, Jeremy, I actually do have one announcement. The Merchants and the Chamber of Commerce has decided to throw wine around town this year, which I was really, really pleasantly surprised that the merchants were up for it. They're actually very excited, and so I certainly just want to put out there that to save the date for Friday, December 3rd. It's always the first Friday of December, and if weather is terrible on Friday night, then they will shift it to Saturday, December 4th. So I deeply, deeply thank the Chamber of Commerce as well as the merchants in town who are stepping up to put this event together. And I'm also proud to help in any way, especially just after seeing this event for about 7 years now. And I remember the first time we did it through the Chamber of Commerce. I was just really happy to see the community come together to support our local economy and our merchants and to see each other. So please come. Thanks.
Just remind them you won't allow them to put up signs advertising that on public land.
We never did lawn signs. We
did.
did the triangle sign, which was very effective.
Okay, anyone
Thanks,
else?
Lauren. That's
do have
exciting.
some-
Can't we only do triangle signs for town events? If it's a private merchant Chamber of Commerce event, that's not really allowed in the triangle.
My understanding is in the triangles, the lawn signs are permitted. No?
Oh, really?
Oh, and on the structure there too.
Yeah.
Do we permit the lawn signs in the triangle, in the grass there?
We try to keep it clean.
All right, I take back about the lawn signs, but
No.
the structure is there for that reason.
Yeah, and we always advertise. We advertise sidewalk sales days for, the merchants.
Just so you know, there are also signs in all of the islands for those events, which
Okay.
you'll have to
All right.
tell them that the rest of the board won't allow those anymore.
Okay, so, thank you, Lisa.
welcome.
Any further
We
public
do have
comment?
somebody online.
All right, we'll get to them momentarily. If you can just ask them to hold. Any other public comment in the audience, please?
Warren Messner, 64 West Orchard Road, Chappaqua, New York. First of all, I'm speaking as a private citizen, not as a member of the Chappaqua Central School District Board of Education. I am making no statement on behalf of the school board or the school district.
Hey, Warren, can you just talk a little
Yeah,
closer?
bring the
Like,
mic
raise
closer.
it. You're tall.
You're a singer-songwriter?
Or you can take it off, I
I'll
think.
lean a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
I've never spoken at a town board meeting before. I've spoken at a lot of school board meetings. This has been a wonderful community to live in. Members of my family have lived here for over 65 years. As we grow, we learn what we should question when things don't seem right. What saddens me is the enmity that the majority of the town board has toward community members or organizations that question what you are doing in regards to the FBC. Now my question. Acting Supervisor Saland, do you know you have black tape on your nameplate? I would think for all the money your town is spending on your FBC consultant, a proper nameplate could be purchased for you. I mean, I can ask the people in the audience if they want to chip in and buy you a new nameplate.
You had to put the word acting in there? To put the word acting in there, you mean?
I'm not sure what to make of that, but I'm quite okay with what we have, but thank you. I appreciate it. Any other comments, public comments, please join us.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Gonna have to bear with me for minutes. Might be difficult to read this. I guess at some point tonight, I'm not sure when in the process, the FGEIS process will, I guess there will be a vote or something at some point, and the FGEIS process will be complete. Is that correct?
There's a resolution on the agenda that we'll come to after public comment where the board will consider whether to accept the FGEIS as complete.
Okay.
And then just to be clear, but there's, explain what the process is open until the 25th, explain.
Yeah, when we get there, I'll explain
Okay.
what's happening, what's going to happen next.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I mean, this is based on the premise, and maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but based on the premise that, I mean, I guess there's the expectation the FGAS will cover the full study area of 72 acres, and this is based on the premise that will be what will be incorporated in the finding statement. I know there's no given that that's going to be the case, but once again, there have been no comments or any commentary that would lead us to think otherwise. So to some extent, I mean, I guess the FGAS is somewhat, I'm considering that's somewhat behind us, so I'm actually going to speak to the finding statement and some of the implications of that, as we look ahead. Okay? In my opinion, this has been, a flawed process, from the very beginning. One of the things that I pointed out, at the very start of this process was the emphasis on the max build out, for example. Maybe it's better if I just read this thing. It was directly implied that those that focused on the maximum were fearmongers, likely with some other motivation. This approach served to cast those speaking in opposition as pariahs, not to be taken seriously. It also established a pattern of marginalizing the secret process through a reliance on factors outside the secret process. And what's important here is, really if you look at the secret process and when you get to the finding statement, consideration of the likelihood or not likelihood of the max build out, despite the repeated efforts to emphasize that, it's not really part of the process. It's not a mitigant, it's nothing. And, but yet you kept hanging your hat on it. So once again, as we went through the process, this comment kind of became this catch-all response when there was a lack of any other legitimate responses to legitimate issues. So I've, obviously I've spoken out frequently on this. I commented very early on in the process. But it wasn't until recently that I realized, I sort of pieced it together that actually this is part of, a broader pattern of addressing the public's concerns. Essentially what you've been doing is placing some reliance on factors, technically outside the secret process. And these include, and these are all fairly, I think pretty familiar issues. We often hear a reference to the intention to apply the code to only 6 blocks, right? That is often, mentioned as, essentially taken as a mitigant, that we should provide some reliance on this. But that's not part of SECRA. That's not part of the finding statement. The finding statement is saying that what's in that finding statement is acceptable. So when you say, the 6 blocks and people should get comfortable with that, I think we've gone over this before, there should be no reliance, because you don't know what a future town board is going to do. I think we fully acknowledge that. So that should not be part of it. There's also the all too familiar reference to, future town boards and the discretion. Once again, that's an important word, discretion in the future. That somehow this discretion in the future regarding the full 72 acres, we should derive some comfort from this. I think the pattern here is all of these things taken collectively marginalize the importance of what you're engaging in right now. and ultimately the importance of the finding statement. Moving on, sale of town land. Once again, another thing where future town boards will have discretion. And it's implied that we are supposed to derive some reliance on that as somehow protecting us from whatever it is you will put in that, approve in the FGIS and what will be in that finding statement. So, like I said, none of that is really part of the secret process. And all it does is serve to give the public this mistaken impression that the secret process is somehow less important, that you can rely on these other things. You don't like the renderings? You don't like, our downtown to be a sea of 4-story buildings? No problems. Folks in the future have you covered. If that all sounds well and good, that people seem to get comfortable with that, the problem is it's not. It's reckless and irresponsible. There is no reliance on the discretion of others in the future for many reasons, most important of which, there is no requirement for anyone in the future to perform any analysis. And the reason for that is the analysis is happening right now. You can't rely on some future town board. You can't rely on their decisions because there is no burden from them to performing an analysis. And the reason is because you will have a finding statement. The finding statement says what's in there is buildable. As a result of that finding statement, future town boards don't have to do anything. You are saying that it's okay. And it's a perversion of the process. Because, the fact of the matter is, it's going through and I touched on this whole point of reliance on the future. The fact of the matter is, it's backwards. Those in the future are taking reliance on what you're doing right now, what you're doing tonight, what's going to be in that finding statement. What's in that finding statement tell those in the future that 4 stories on 72 acres or some portion of the 72 acres, that tells boards in the future that that is acceptable for our community. And, this probably seems like a wonky thing for me to be getting into, and unfortunately I have more to say here, but actually, as I will demonstrate, it has huge implications for the process. And I hate to say it, there's a huge misunderstanding, to be honest, on the part of the town board and the public. And here's a perfect example. A recent Facebook poster described the maximum theoretical build-out as a hypothetical analysis required by law to explore possible environmental impacts of the potential sale of future lands. You know what? That is completely inaccurate. And people, and I think there's a vast misunderstanding in the public because of, all of these issues where I basically said that there has been a marginalization of the secret process, which really, at the end of the day, is everything. It's a very, very important thing. The finding statement is a very, very important thing. So, obviously a lot of hand waving. But I wanted to take a look at, concrete examples. And I actually contemplated going back through multiple work sessions, multiple board meetings to come up with examples of these types of things. At the end of the day, I really only needed the October 5th meeting. Going sequentially, from the beginning. Lisa Katz raised concerns about the parking and the sufficiency of the parking and the sufficiency of the answers in the FGIS and perhaps ultimately in the finding statements. The answer from both Jeremy and Sabrina, emphasis on the 72 acres being an unlikely theoretical maximum. Translation, something that is not acceptable in the EFGEIS, not buildable, is okay because of reliance on factors outside of SECRA, because of reliance on future town boards. This is irresponsible. There's no room for that in this process. There was also further commentary, I think Lisa brought this up, on the continued inclusion of reference to 6 acres, the limitation of 6 acres, you know, the North Greeley, that is, you know, there's reference to that in the FGIS. At some point, there was reference to this as a tool that can be used to manage issues going forward. Once again, outside the scope of SECRA. There's no, you know, if you want it to be limited to 6 acres, either make the finding statement 6 acres or have it hardwired into your finding statement that only 6 acres will be developed. This is, you can't just arbitrarily say this is a tool for people in the future to use to make what you're doing now okay. You have to determine what you're doing now is okay, and you have to determine that now. Okay. So traffic. It was also, you know, acknowledged that more work was needed to be done regarding traffic. More work when? Once again, outside of the SECRA process. Not a complete and full analysis. Moving on. Marianne O'Connor came to speak about a very popular topic, for her in particular, the embedded flexibility regarding first floor retail. The answer from Jeremy stated that activating use is a code question and not an FGEIS question. What? This retail in our downtown is not, I mean, what is an FGEIS question if that's not an FG? So you basically, you want to set this up so you're going to have reliance on the future in terms of an important element of the form-based code that you're contemplating implementing. You know, it's, you know, the problem is these responses have become normal. These are normal responses, and we've kind of gotten accustomed to these responses, but we should not accept these things. Moving on, and I promise you I'm almost done. Moving on, Robert Fleischer came up, and he made specific reference to a November 20th meeting where Lauren Levin indicated that she does not support 4 stories on South Greeley. To her credit, she stood by those comments and acknowledged that she still maintains that same opinion today. And I will point out, I think there was a letter that someone shared that, you know, Holly McCall running for supervisor, I believe as of some point along the way in this process, was also of that opinion. So I think that's, you know, an important relative fact here. And at that point, she looked up and said, well, that's okay. I mean, I don't know if she used those words, but, you know, because my understanding is that this process is about capacity, right? And you know, the issue beyond that is something that will be decided by those that actually implement the code into law. At which point, legal counsel acknowledged and said yes, which is bewildering because that's just not right. This is not about capacity. This is about the environmental impact. And you know that. In fact, when Rob Fleischer did not relent, as he's accustomed to not relenting, went further and said, well, no, this is about the broader environmental impact. This is about things like view shed. I mean, I don't know if he said density, you know, and things about like building height and view. This is about discretion on the part of the community. you know, how we want our downtown to look. These are not the words that he gave, but these are my words. This is part of the FGEIS. This is not something you punt on down the road. This is something, if you say as a community you want it, that you are on record. The finding statement is a legally binding representation of your opinion as a town board of what you think is okay for this community. So I'm sorry, if you do not want 4 stories in our community, that cannot be in the finding statement. And I cannot believe that legal counsel stood idly by, and at that point you directed the conversation to say, oh, we're getting too far afield. It's over a year into this. You know, and if burden falls on you, it falls on the board to have a very clear understanding of the directives and the scope of exactly what you're doing. I mean, I'd love to hear, look, if anything I'm saying here is incorrect, I would love to hear that. But, maybe a question at this point. If a board member thinks that 4 stories is not appropriate for our town, right? Should they support that appearing in the finding statement?
The finding statement, I do disagree with a lot of what you said tonight, but I don't want to turn this into a trial, though it feels like that from time to time. The finding statement is where the board will determine whether the environmental impacts that have been identified have been adequately mitigated to the greatest extent practicable, and whether the mitigations that have been identified are the ones that can be implemented to the greatest extent practicable. I know it's not exactly your formulation, but that is the question that gets answered in the finding statement.
So are things like view, density,
those are
character,
those are
part of the
environmental
finding statement?
impacts that were identified early on, addressed in the DGEIS, public comments received on what was in the DGEIS, and now we're at the FGEIS stage where the board is going to determine tonight whether or not the comments that it received in the DGEIS were adequately and accurately answered. That's it.
So building height was preordained
Building
previously
height
in density?
Well, building height is laid out. Building height is laid out in the code. The draft code that we've had this process on, right, was 4 stories, 5 stories in some places. The board decided to pull back from 5 stories. The board may decide to pull back even a little bit further with respect to 4 stories on North Greeley, on one side of the street. That's a normal part of the environmental review process, where we've stepped back and done things that are actually going to reduce impacts.
So, if a board member thinks that there should be less than 4 stories,
it has been
adequately. Is that just magically happening?
It has been adequately studied. 4 stories will have been adequately studied from an environmental standpoint.
What is it? What's an environment? Is it just
all the things we've been talking about, like community character, like view sheds, like feasibility, all of those things we've spent weeks talking about.
But here's Lauren saying, this is important. You have to provide direction.
The board gets
to
it.
the board.
Believe me, the board gets it.
No, they don't. They don't. I disagree.
Okay.
Because you're saying contradictory things here. Like things like view shed densities,
I don't think so.
Building height, how can you say that's not part of the environmental this is their
part.
opportunity.
I said it is part. It's what we've been
So
talking
if they
about.
so how can you then say, if they don't believe that there should be 4 stories, that it's okay for them to support a finding statement that says it's okay?
The finding statement, because you're not understanding, and respectfully, I think what the finding statement does and doesn't do.
What does the finding statement do?
Finding statement is not the legislation. It's not the final answer on what the board decides to implement, if anything, with respect to the zoning.
Right,
the finding statement is a place where literally the findings with respect to all of these impacts that we've looked at, community character, view sheds, etc., all of that. They make findings with respect to whether those have been adequately, and now I'm paraphrasing, this is a little bit off, but whether those impacts have been mitigated to the maximum extent practicable.
So, and so they deem them acceptable for our community. So there's no, it means that no further analysis is required,
It means what I
right?
said. It means mitigated to the maximum extent
It
practicable.
means no further analysis is required.
I think the board has the point. I don't know if we're making progress.
I mean, you see, you're saying no. I mean, you're not. I mean, it's very, very important.
What I'm saying is I don't know that this back and forth is productive at this point.
Okay. It's very I do not understand. I mean, to me, it's a gross misrepresentation. It's legislative negligence to, I mean, you're minimizing the importance of this finding statement, which can be used by any town board in the future to implement this with little or no analysis.
You left out a pretty big part of the discussion we've had over the last 5 or 6 meetings, which is thresholds, right? It's not, these are circuit breakers, if you will, with respect to environmental impacts that can't be exceeded. That's a big part of the FGES and the finding statement, but you didn't mention any of that.
I mentioned, I mean, okay, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what those thresholds are specifically, but I'm talking about, I mean, people, from the very beginning, and this is where, you know, we talk about the maximum build out and the renderings, it's been this, you know, this kind of this effort to marginalize that, to make it seem like, oh, it's just required by law. It's really not something you should focus on. And now we have a board, you know, basically what the community is telling you is that's not what they want. And what you're telling the board is even though they may not want that, and they know the community doesn't want it, it's okay to issue a finding statement that actually allows something that they don't want and that the community does not want. I know we can mince words here, but in substance, that is what you're saying, that it's okay for them to do that.
Yeah, I disagree, but again, I don't think we
No,
should.
but I mean, it's exactly, I mean, we've gotten acknowledgement that they don't, they do not support that, right?
Mr. Klepper, Roger, I think that this is not going to go very far. It's going to go back and forth and back and forth. So I certainly continue to share your thoughts, but I don't know how productive that is going back and forth. So please, by all means, continue.
Okay, no. I mean, I think I'm done. I mean, honestly, it's incumbent upon you. I give you a lot of credit, Lauren, all the work you did going to Malta and these other communities. It's incumbent upon you to understand what it means to have a finding statement in there and what you're doing right now. Because at the end of the day, you have to be able to support what is there. And I mean, I think that you all want that for yourselves. That's it. That's all I want you to do.
Thank you.
Hi, Lynn Lambert, 27-year Chappaqua resident, Ridgewood Terrace. 30 years experience as a trustee on 3 different national boards and having reviewed hundreds of consultant reports, I'd like to make a statement here. What I don't see in the FGEIS, it's incomplete, why we don't need the FBC, and what we could do instead. Affordable housing. Recently, there was proposed legislation that would require any new development, probably over a certain size, to include 10% affordable housing. Passing a law like that would accomplish that goal without a form-based code. Workforce housing. The scope of the DGEIS was to include workforce housing meant to reward those who work for the town or volunteer firefighter and EMT services to our town. I think that's very important. But now, after completely omitting any mention of workforce housing in the DGEIS, the FGEIS lumps it together with affordable housing, which would only rarely and coincidentally overlap in the people it benefits. Workforce housing recipients should be able to earn an opportunity through their volunteerism. So our lower paid town employees and our volunteer first responders have been virtually ignored with no protection called out for them under the FGEIS. There was a lot of discussion about one of the things our town needed to thrive was an attraction. And Chappaqua Forward states that the FBC was to create a place for community gatherings and civic events, a place where residents can live, congregate, and spend their time comfortably, a place that is aesthetically pleasing and easy to navigate for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, and a place that offers exciting dining and entertainment options that attract community residents and visitors. I don't see any of that. No thinking of or work on that seems to have been done by these consultants in the FGEIS. Parking and public land. Big problem. Acting Supervisor Saland has said that no public land would be needed for the experiment on the North Greeley corridor. However, the important parking lot across from Susan Lawrence, which also serves many of us in the community using the dry cleaners, the Bagel Emporium, Waka, Le Jardin, and many other local businesses, is about 80% public land. I clarified this with Sabrina, and the orange line that she once drew showing the east side of the North Greeley corridor definitely includes that development going on there. And Lauren was also discussing development there at 3 stories, and by the way, including workforce housing, which I was glad to hear. That's a critical parking lot. Even before new development happens right now, we need that parking lot. There's not enough street parking to service those local businesses. Everybody knows that. So to me, right away, the one little parking lot we have in that area goes away with this development on the North Greeley corridor. That's a problem. Diversity. I think it's clear that that would not be accomplished with 90% of all new residents in a new development in a position to pay for luxury and luxury rate apartments at $4,000 to over $5,000 per month. 90% luxury would lead to more economically comfortable people living here, but paying far less in taxes than single-family homeowners, whether they have kids in the system or not. Displacement of retailers. Our local Chamber of Commerce declined to endorse the form-based code. Though we were all told from day one, part of this study was to put more feet on the street to support our retailers. The reason for this is that any downtown restaurants or retailers who, I'm saying the reason that the chamber did not endorse it is because the downtown restaurants or retailers who don't own their own building fear that they will be evicted if the building owners decide it's more profitable for them to do a tear down and develop. They may not say it publicly, but for fear of reprisal from their landlords or certain customers, who knows. But if you talk to them privately, they will tell you they're concerned. That's why the chamber did not endorse the form-based code. Displacement of our current downtown residential renters. Some of our most diverse population. How will this impact them? Losing their homes to redevelopment, how will that be remediated? There's no mention of that in the FGEIS, and I hope all of our board cares about those people and cares about what would happen. And the FGEIS was to consider remediation of problems that the form-based code would create. So another very important incompleteness. Impact on our fire services. I've been very distressed that this report has repeatedly swept this under the carpet. So I'd like to try to explain it. I hope I do a good job. Chappaqua Fire Department #1 has brave volunteers who protect us each day. But they, like our other local volunteer fire departments, struggle to find enough volunteers. As they describe, the training commitments alone get more and more difficult and time-consuming each year. And there is a problem with an aging group of qualified volunteers and the young people who join but often leave for college during the school year. On top of that, importantly, the last referendum for the expansion of the firehouse, which they might need to service equipment, bigger equipment for taller buildings, was defeated by a vote of 632 against to 105 in favor a few years back. The town board has no control over our fire district's voting. That means that any new development built under the form-based code, and all of that building would be in this one fire district, and this one alone, may not be able to be safely serviced by our fire department without a big and expensive building, bigger equipment, and hiring paid firefighters. So these bad options include paid firefighters with nowhere to house them. That was what the second floor of the expansion was to be. New equipment and higher taxes for the very side of town which will get all of this new construction. So, importantly, the town doesn't know if our fire department, if the town doesn't know if our fire district would approve those higher taxes and what would be needed to protect the new development, especially as it grew. So, what could be done instead? We've heard that there is too long and a tortured process to build here. Can't we actively look at that? Many, many towns must have tackled this issue without a form-based code. I think we should study ways to do this better. Need for affordable housing, I agree. We could pass this legislation that any new builds over 10 units must have at least 10% affordable. We don't need the form-based code to do that. Workforce housing. The town could take control of this as they did at Chappaqua Crossing without a form-based code at the Cupola building and negotiate to prioritize our volunteer first responders and town employees. Retail. Let's be careful with the disruption we allow. How will that be remediated? I think our FGEIS should give us some ideas about this problem, which is a known consequence of construction. We don't have to use our imaginations. We just suffered through the streetscape project, so we know, and we know how harmful it was to them. You know, FGEIS, talk to us about remediation for that. And most importantly, the remediation for residential displacement. I didn't read every word of those pages that we got inundated with over the last month, I have to say, but I didn't see any plan for that. If I missed it, I'm sorry, but it's really important and it needs to be there. We certainly need a remediation for this issue. Those are just a handful of the issues that I and many of us have called out. And as the form-based code doesn't seem to supply remedies for these problems, either we need to make sure we get them now before the consultant's report is deemed final, or just set it aside and move on to other and possibly better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Nadia Nabil, and I'm a Greeley senior. I've been coming to a few of these board meetings and watching and observing, and I know you've heard a lot from the same people, and I admire their commitment and their knowledge of this issue. I want you to know that there are lots of people who are invested in this issue of various backgrounds and are concerned about how this will impact our youth. This is specifically relevant with the recent discussion of the CCSD's letter to the town board. I implore the board to listen to key stakeholders, especially given how central the school is to our specific town. This is not a partial interest group trying to push their agenda, but rather the number one stakeholder that the town board needs to be 100% on the same page as, especially when we are questioning the accuracy of something as important as the cost per student. Secondly, I want to emphasize the false narrative of of Chappaqua entirely consisting of the top 1%. We have affluence overall, but there are still varying socioeconomic statuses existing within our town. With this in mind, potential increases in the tax burden, as referenced by the CCSD's letter, need to be seriously considered. We cannot make the assumption that will simply be a slight inconvenience to all. What I've seen here demonstrated by the town board has been, in all frankness, stubbornness, an incomplete FGEIS that has been rejected by the public and by our stakeholders. But it is not too late. If we take a look at the public, our schools, and especially our youth, I believe we can make a different choice and choose not to accept the FGEIS as complete. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Victoria Tipp, resident of Chappaqua, Hates Cross Road. I'm here to speak as a resident and as an individual school board member, and I'm not speaking formally for the school board. I would like to read into the record a letter that the school board, school district attorney sent to the town in response to the newest school district financial analysis done by Kimberly Horn. It's the letter that you received on October 11th. I know you've seen it. I know a lot of people have read it. But it is a refutation of the town consultant's unilateral decisions on how school district finances ought to be examined. And we have not heard a response from that letter, and I know that you're about to approve of the the final generic impact statement. And so I would like to take this opportunity to read this letter into the record, even though I feel that the 3 out of the 4 of you will ignore it, with the exception of Lisa Katz. But I want to feel that I've done everything I possibly can as a fiduciary and trustee of the Chappaqua Central School District. So I will read this letter to you once again. Dated October 11th from our attorney, who starts by introducing himself. So I'll skip the first sentence. So he continues, the numbers used by the town board's consultant to project per student CCSD expenditures are not reliable, are not conservative, and do not reflect the actual cost to educate students in the Chappaqua schools, and should not be used in the FGEIS without also showing CCSD's numbers. The current FGEIS numbers predict a budget surplus for CCSD of up to $3.5 million with a full build-out of the form-based code area. CCSD's numbers, on the other hand, which are not fully presented in the FGEIS tables, would result in a budget deficit of up to $4 million. We request that these numbers be presented in the FGEIS as well. The revisions to the FGEIS released on October 5th, 2021 include 6 new pages of analysis purporting to project the budgetary impact to CCSD of the full build-out of the form-based code area based on projected tax revenues. On page 35 of the revised FGEIS, the town board's consultant, Kimberly Horn, concedes that its projected tax generation is not reliable and, quote, is not possible with any realistic level of confidence, close quote. The FGEIS nonetheless proceeds with the analysis, which it describes as a conservative estimate of tax generation versus projected cost to educate each new student. On the tax generation side, the revised FGEIS projections are not conservative because they do not account for the way real estate taxes translate into actual school budgets. In reality, no development generates new tax revenue directly for the school district. In New York State, schools must request the voters to approve a budget and a resulting tax levy subject to the tax cap. An unsuccessful budget vote would result in a contingent budget. And I'll stop reading here to let people know that a contingent budget is essentially a 0% budget increase. So an unsuccessful budget vote would result in a contingent budget where the levy is frozen at the prior year amount, potentially requiring a flat or even negative budget year to year. The school district cannot, however, turn away students who reside in a new development. Therefore, one could imagine a situation in which a new development increases enrollment while the budget must be reduced. While growth in property values do provide some relief in the form of allowable growth of the tax cap figure, the voters still must approve the budget. To assume new development automatically results in new revenue is procedurally incorrect and not conservative. On the cost to educate side, the revised FGEIS numbers are not conservative either. In its projection of cost to educate new students that may be generated by a full build-out of the FBC area, Kimley-Horn uses neither the CCSD 2019 figure of $34.4 thousand per student, cited elsewhere in the FGEIS, nor the New York State Department of Education 2021 figure of $29,069. Rather, it calculates its own far lower figure of $20,432, which it used in the tables on page 39 of the revised FGEIS. Kimley-Horn's figure is not based on any accepted method of reporting per student cost to educate. CCSD's 2019 number of $34,461,000 per student, as used in the FGEIS, should be updated to its 2021 reported cost per student of $35,718. And this number should be used in the revised FGEIS tables. The number is based on CCSD's final audited actual expenses for its general fund, divided by the basic education data system day enrollment. And this is the most straightforward and understandable figure of actual cost to educate per student. As Kimley-Horn notes, this figure includes debt and facilities improvement costs. But those are real expenses used to maintain facilities and thus should be included. The calculation of this figure is also consistent with per pupil spending figures shared with the community in years past, is a well-accepted and established methodology of determining cost per student that is based on data points that are readily available to the public through various sources. See, for example, Westchester Putnam School Boards Association Fact and Figures dated 2021. In contrast, the Kimley-Horn figure was invented for the purpose of the FGEIS. The attached tables show Kimley-Horn's calculations alongside CCSD's. Using Kimley-Horn's numbers, the potential budgetary impact to CCSD of the full FBC build-out ranges from a surplus of $3.5 million to a deficit of $114,923,000. Using CCSD's numbers, the potential budgetary impact ranges from a surplus of about $2 million to a deficit of about $4 million. Both the CCSD numbers and the Kimley-Horn numbers show that the more students added to the FBC area, the worse the impact will be on the school budget. Given the admitted unreliability of Kimley-Horn's numbers on projected tax generation, the FGEIS should show the whole range of potential impacts on the cost to educate side. Leaving out the calculations performed by the school district administrators and experts in accordance with well-established accounting principles does not serve the community, nor does it provide an accurate picture of all potential impacts of the FBC on the CCSD. Sincerely, signed by our attorney and CC to the Board of Education. Thank you very much.
Ms. Tipp, I have one quick question. Do you know when the last time the school budget was voted down? Do you know by chance? Ms. Tipp? No? Okay. Mr. Do you know when the school budget was voted down? Do you know by chance the last time it was voted down? No. I'm just a simple question, whether it's relevant or not. If you don't know, that's fine. All right, thank you. But it hasn't been, you were aware the last time? Okay, thank you. Mr. Frank, go ahead.
Board, before we leave that last comment, I just want you to be aware that with respect to what appears in the FGEIS, the report, or actually there were two parts to it, the Chazen report that the district's consultant did, they appeared in comment 511, and they were actually attached to the comment as it's reproduced in the FGEIS. So if you go to Appendix B, comment 511, you'll see the entire Chazen report reproduced in full. And as we know from the last work session, we've addressed that content in the introduction now to the FGEIS. It also appears in, I think, 3 different comments in the FGEIS, and I forget which sections. But my point is that the report, the Chazen report, does appear in the FGEIS, and the numbers appear alongside of those prepared by Kimley Horn.
Thank you.
Want me to address that?
Sure.
Yeah, the figures in the letter get picked up in the Chazen report and then some. There's a lot more. There's page after page after page in the Chazen report. What you see in the letter, my read of it anyway, was a summary of what the information you'll see in the Chazen report. I think it was January. All the information and then some is in the FGEIS. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's all right. Mr. Frank, go ahead, please.
Oh, you know who I am, even with the mask on. So good evening, everybody. So it's my opinion that the FGEIS is not complete. And without going through the whole thing, just to point out one comment, I-86, where the question was asked, why is the current zoning cannot accomplish the same growth and vitality as form-based code? And the answer from the consultant's response, I-86, the existing zoning has been in place for 40 years and has not accomplished these goals. Well, the consultant's response is not adequate, is not complete, and is not accurate, and does not answer the submitted comment. And in fact, it's even a slap in the face to the merchants who have been here in Chappaqua for decades, including, but not limited to, the Village Market, Susan Lawrence, Scattered Books, the Bagel Emporium, Squires, Family Britches, Michelet, Petticoat Lane, Breeze, Great Stuff, Chappaqua Framing, Le Jardin, Waka, Breathe Yoga, the Pizza Station, Chappaqua Cleaners, Chappaqua Paint and Hardware, Eye Gallery, Lang's Little Store, Chappaqua Wine and Spirit, Hilltop Wine and Spirit, Chappaqua Dentistry, Donna Hair Design, Eric Nicolaisian Insurance Agency, just to name a few. That's not a complete list. Also not complete, and very briefly, comments to M2 and M35 regarding seniors, such as myself, living in the downtown area and being expected to have a parking facility 1 mile away. Not realistic whatsoever. And I know I asked you this a few weeks ago, Ed, but there is no legal obligation for the town board to continue the form-based code process for the 72 acres. The form-based code process can be halted right now and restarted for only the North Greeley Avenue corridor, which eliminates citizens' concerns that a future town board could implement the form-based code process for South Greeley Avenue, King Street, and areas located in and about the intersection of King Street and Bedford Road. Do you deny that?
the decision to complete the secret process on the full 72 acres was made a long time ago, and we are where we are.
Yeah, if you're going to do the whole 72 acres, but my question is, can you stop doing that now and then restart only for the 6 acres on North Greeley Avenue? Is there anything legal to stop you from doing that?
Frankly, I haven't thought about it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it would be a very bizarre thing to
Yeah,
do.
Okay. Just let me say this, because, I think you're a nice guy. The day may come when you may have to have a better answer than that. Let's just leave it at that.
Ed is indeed a nice guy.
And okay, one other thing about the whole 72 acres, it includes the municipal parking lot. And there's talk about a permissive referendum. However, in my research, I have found out that cities, towns, and villages have not sold municipal public land. They've used a pilot method, payment in lieu of taxes. So there wouldn't even have to be, correct me if I'm wrong, there wouldn't even have to be a permissive referendum. The land does not get sold. There's a payment in lieu of taxes. I read it all over all the time. So that's a concern.
There never has to be a permissive referendum. It's only if residents get together, enough residents, and sign a petition. It's not required. A vote of residents is not required.
So then, what about a pilot program? Land is not sold in the municipal parking lot, but a developer, payment in lieu of taxes, the pilot program, can they then come in and build in the municipal parking lot?
I think they can if it's
Well,
voted in
so.
by the board.
There are a number of ways to skin that cat if and when a future board decided to look at
Yeah,
it.
if a future board, that's the whole problem. I mean, so many people have gotten up here and spoken about it. 72 acres, there's no reason to do that. It's wrong. And let this be an early warning for the people in Millwood if they think it's only in Chappaqua. As you know, the Millwood Supply Lumber Yard has gone out of business. That whole area is ripe for development, even where the mobile station is. Some of you may remember there used to be a gasoline station at the corner of Greeley and King, which is now the building that houses Great Stuff. So people in Millwood should not be resting easy. And finally, in closing, I think we need to have compassion for families who have spent their hard-earned money to buy a house in the 72-acre study area, to have the value of their home decreased by the construction of nearby 4-story buildings. And in reference to construction, I would expect that anyone who has lived through a long period of construction, just for example, the reconstruction of the Chappaqua Route 120 bridge, would likely have compassion for these families. Any person with a science and mathematics background, such as myself, would likely agree that based upon the incompleteness and inaccuracies that have been clearly documented by citizens reviewing the FGIS, that the document is not acceptable. In fact, if I were a university professor and one of my students submitted this report to me, they would flunk the course. Thank you.
Just very quickly, Sabrina and Ed, just tell me if I'm misstating this. And I know, Sabrina, you've touched on this before about something wicked this way comes to Millwood, but it lacks the infrastructure to do this type of a development. It doesn't have the sewer and the water. I see you shaking the affirmative. I had yes. And then the other issue is, Ed, should there be ever future rezoning of the Millwood Hamlet, this whole process would be starting over in the Millwood Hamlet, whatever the zoning is, whatever the environmental impact is. So to assert that somehow this gets picked up and plopped there, it's just not, it's not legally the means to do so, even assuming that you could. Is that, hold on, there's two different Eds. There's I'm going to do it this Ed first and then your Ed.
That's true. That's true.
So I just need to have perspective here. This whole process would have to commence again there. But go ahead, Mr. Frank.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was, let this be an early warning for people in Millwood that another form-based code, not this one. So that's the answer, not what you're saying.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Good night, Mr. Frank. All right. Whomever's next, please.
Good evening, Scott Levine, 149 King Street. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Come a little closer to the microphone.
How
Go a little
about now?
closer.
Yep, okay. Scott Levine, 149 King Street. First, how unfortunate that our neighbors in Mount Pleasant were not consulted and offered a seat at the table in this EIS process as an interested agency, despite the obvious, as yet unanalyzed and as yet unmitigated adverse impacts to Mount Pleasant residents. This development would be hard up against the Mount Pleasant border, directly adjacent to them, and the traffic congestion spillover, the air and water quality impacts, the tax impacts, the visual impacts, all of these do not respect town boundaries. You could drive a horse and carriage through this incompleteness gap in the analysis. Our town's award-winning comprehensive plan contains a headline section called Responsible Regionalism, but that's not what's happening here, which is unfortunate. Tonight is the first time I'm seeing a Mount Pleasant resident join us. Second, thank you to the acting town supervisor for sharing with us his trip several days ago to the town of Rhinebeck, north of here. The public may not be aware that there is a firm located in Rhinebeck that is a registered lobbyist on behalf of development and construction interests. That firm is named Saland Strategies, and Saland is the same last name as our acting town supervisor. Why has the public not been made aware that you have these family ties to developers' lobbyists?
I am not familiar with Saland Strategies. I went to visit my family. The fact that you are accusing me of that's where I was going. I was picking up a couch. Would you like to come by and sit in it? It's quite nice. I got it from my parents in a U-Haul. So, sir, I am not familiar with that of Saland Strategies. I wouldn't know who's in Saland Strategies.
The state's Commission on Public Ethics. It can all be confirmed very
Oh,
easily.
certainly, by all means do so. I don't even know who Saland Strategies is in terms of is that my father's company? I have no idea. No. I can assure you he's got nothing to do with Newcastle.
My name is James Russell. I'm a resident of
You
your...
could, if you tilt the microphone up, it might be a little easier for you.
Thank you. My name is James Russell. I'm a resident of your neighboring town of Mount Pleasant. I've just come from our town board meeting where I commented on the DGEIS stage that Mount Pleasant is at. And I think both towns would benefit from some mutual forum on this radical topic. Forum-based zoning only really exists in about 5% or fewer towns across our country. And what happens in the town of Mount Pleasant will impact the town of Newcastle and vice versa. And therefore, I would ask that perhaps before final votes are taken, that both towns can have a mutual forum and explore these issues for the benefit of both towns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience, please? Carrie, if you can let us know if there's hands up, please.
Sure. The first person, Mark Fry, I'm going to open your line. Just unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Mark Fry. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. I commented about a week ago, but let me just, for those who weren't there, reintroduce myself. I'm a land use planner by profession. I do what Kimberly Horn does. I write environmental impact statements, but I'm also a civic activist, and I use the skills that I've gained in writing DEISs and going through the SECRA process for the public benefit. And I've been asked, as I said last week, I first came to Chappaqua in 1959, when we moved here from Cleveland, Ohio, to Armonk, New York. Now, I often tell the story that we were too poor in Armonk to have a school system of our own, but my mother got together with some other mothers and founded the Byram Hills School District. I was the last of the poor Armonk progeny that went to Pleasantville High School, from which I graduated in 1966. I know Chappaqua well. It's a lovely village. Been there a million times. I just looked on my Google Maps. It's about 6.1 miles from my home at the Squire House in Ossining, New York. I've been through this process on both sides of the table, and I've watched with great interest and concern with the way that it's unfolding in Chappaqua.
I'm sorry, Mark, hold on. Carrie, you keep making it lower, and I actually am having trouble hearing him now. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Fine,
I asked him
can
to do
adjust
it. The
the
volume was
volume on
actually
my
hurting
end,
my
but
ears.
Oh, okay. It's just low.
Can you hear me now? I can crank it up on this.
No, we can hear you.
Good. First, let me say I agree with Ed Phillips, your attorney. The choice in front of you tonight is pretty simple. People say, what's the difference between a DEIS and an FEIS, or a DGEIS and an FGEIS? Well, you study a list of subjects in the draft stage. Then you take in an enormous number of public comments. So the FGEIS is simply the draft GEIS with those public comments. And each comment, as you know, as you have seen, has to be categorized and adequately answered. And in having looked, given your FGEIS a very hard look, I can answer that question quite simply. Were the questions posed in the public comment process adequately answered in the FGEIS? Were the questions posed adequately answered? And the answer is no. It's a resounding no. When I read the Chappaqua Central School District's letter dated October 11th, I certainly agree with first of all, I have tremendous respect for your school district, along with Byram Hills, Pleasantville, Larchmont, Armonk. It's one of the finest school districts in the country. And you've got some brilliant people working for the Chappaqua Central School District. And the fact that they find that this process is fatally flawed should be an enormous red flag. These are not uneducated local yokels making these comments. They're pointing out yet again that the fiscal impact analysis done by Kimley Horn is, I'm trying to think of a polite word. The simplest word is incompetent. It is not a competent fiscal impact analysis. I had the pleasure of meeting the god of fiscal impact analysis, Dr. David Listican, in the office of the superintendent of the Tarrytown schools. And everyone that does my job uses the same handbook. Fiscal Impact Analysis for Practitioners. It's written by Dr. David Listican from Rutgers and his partner Burchell. And if you apply those standards as they were applied by the Chappaqua Central School District and is recited in the letter dated October 11th, you'll find that the Kimley-Horn analysis was fatally flawed, that it dramatically underestimated the total cost per student, and it dramatically overestimated the net school tax revenue that will be generated by this proposed development. So I think that that's a big red flag, and before this board takes any action, they should think twice and three times and yet another, because you would find yourself, if you were to approve this, in a legally indefensible position in the litigation which will surely follow. Having been in this business, and I should remind you, I get approvals for developers. I work for developers at least part of the time, responsible developers. And I know how difficult it is to get consultants who are truly nonpartisan. There are many consultants, and I won't name them, but there are, let's say, 60 consultants in Westchester, and most of the time they represent developers. And part of the time, some of them represent respondents, represent municipalities. But I would caution you, your own consultant, the Chazen Group, has said that the FGEIS is not complete and it's not correct, and a vote on your part to declare that it is complete and it is correct would be indefensible in court. Let me make a couple of quick points. Dr. Howard Smith, the former superintendent of schools in Terrytown, wrote a very fine letter in relation to a related matter. And he closed it by saying, the consequences of moving forward without having addressed unresolved, outstanding issues of such significance will very likely be looked upon with profound sadness and regret by future generations. That's what happened when Terrytown went through the urban renewal process. That was a shiny, bright new idea, very much like form-based code that everyone thought was a wonderful idea in 1970. Turned out to be one of the most tragic mistakes in planning ever made in America. And I think it's really easy, and I've seen it happen all over the country, to take a lovely little village like Chappaqua and make a couple of mistakes of one board in 1 year and destroy the small, charming village character that 10 generations of Chappaqua residents have worked hard to preserve. So I would advise the board, I would say, first of all, to be clear, in my professional opinion, the document you are being asked to declare complete is, in my professional opinion, not complete. You have adequate, and is it reasonably correct? Is it reasonably correct enough that we can assert that it can be circulated and move on to the next step of producing findings? No, in my professional opinion, it is not. So I would urge you all to look at the alternatives. What you have here is a situation that's going to tear your community apart. There will be people that are in favor of form-based code that'll no longer say hello to the people against it when they see them at Whole Foods. So I would caution you all and very strongly and respectfully request that your town board refrain from voting as to the correctness and completeness of this code until all of the hundreds of questions that have been brought up by Chappaqua residents have been adequately and completely answered. Thank you very much for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Carrie, is there anyone else who has their hand up,
Yes.
please?
The next person is Stephanie Boyd. I'm going to open your line. Just unmute yourself, please.
Hi, Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie Boyd. Can you hear me all?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm on 388 Roaring Brook Road. Long-time caller, or first-time caller, long-time listener for this. So I appreciate giving me this opportunity to speak. I hadn't actually heard much on the FBC until I saw lawn signs in the fall of 2020 saying to stop the form-based code. So having to investigate what were all these signs about, I decided to throw myself into it. And while I've called many times listening to hours of town board meetings and also worked to educate myself on the documents, it's definitely an overwhelming process. So I give everybody involved kudos. During these meetings, I've heard almost no residents stepping forward to say they are in agreement with the idea. But I've heard very passionate residents express their concerns, and to be honest, it's felt like it's fallen on deaf ears. And at times has even been received with patronizing responses. I would have personally spoken up earlier myself, but I've just been a bit intimidated. I myself and my family moved from New York City to Chappaqua a few years back for a reason. And I agreed to a 3-hour round trip commute because of what Chappaqua is, not White Plains or Scarsdale, but what Chappaqua is. White Plains and Scarsdale would be much easier for me and my family, but I love the quaintness of Chappaqua, the charm, and the small town feel. And while I'm also all for revitalization of the hamlet as it is needed, there are scalable ways to do it. We still have open storefronts at Chappaqua Crossing that need to be addressed, and I know of even one store that I've frequented often that has since closed since it's opened. So from tax increases to larger classroom sizes, potentially losing retail and restaurants that are existing, as well as future opportunities, from parking and traffic challenges, it seems like there are more questions than answers. In the time I spent committed to learning more about this process, it's been clear that there are no concrete guardrails in the agreement, just many vagaries opening ourselves up to excessive expansion and potential litigation. I urge you all to reconsider approving this and listen to what the public is saying. I'd also like to thank the vocal residents who have spoken out over the past year and have been a voice for residents like me who would not feel comfortable saying anything before. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Carrie, whoever's next, please.
Okay, the next person is Adam Starlow. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, it's Adam Stellaro from Side Pageant and Roselle on behalf of the Chappaqua Central School District. I just had one brief question this evening, which is whether the numbers that we submitted in our letter from yesterday will be included in that table on page, I don't know if it's page 39 or 40 of the FGEIS.
Adam, it said, I don't know page 30, but it is in the comment 511, Appendix B. The numbers that I believe are in your letter are all picked up from the Chazen report. And correct me if I'm wrong. The Chazen report's in the FGEIS in full.
No, they're not in the Chazen report because I just calculated them over the weekend. So these numbers have, because we didn't have the tax generation numbers before, and that's what these numbers are calculations of. So the request was that the tables that were generated by Kimley Horn in this last revision from last week be amended to not only show the best case numbers that Kimley Horn's showing, but they also show the CCSD numbers. And that's what that red line table was about.
Yeah, well, the letter's in the environmental record here. It's not going to be, I mean, board, you could, I suppose you could add it, we could add it to your resolution tonight and add it as a document in one of the appendices, but.
That edit is essentially updating their per student spend as a measure of the full budget divided by the number of students to 2021 values. Is that right?
It's now, instead of 34 and change, it's now 35 and change.
But it's also carrying those numbers through to the table so that what's shown in the latest red line, and this would take 5 minutes to add to the FGIS, but what's shown there now is one-sided. And even though the numbers from CSESD are referenced, the 2019 numbers, the table itself should show the whole range of potential impacts.
You know, my comment, Ed, is it was very clear from that 2019 meeting over Chapel Crossing and adding the additional floor, adding the basements and the 2 to 3 bedrooms, that it was explicit that 34,000, or that time 30,000, I asked the question, times 70 students was not the calculation. And when you look at these numbers and you look at the 10% roughly from school aid and other sources, are added in, and it's just using that to divide when, for example, residents aren't paying that $7, $8, $9, $10 million plus dollars. So whether Mr. Storlo agrees with our numbers, the numbers that he is providing are just not real numbers. They're just not. And Chappaqua School District has made it clear previously that that's not how you calculate it. So I'm not inclined, but should other
Jeremy,
folks want
Jeremy,
to, that's fine.
I guess my counter is that conversation that was had pertinent to Chappaqua Crossing is not part of the DGIS for this exercise. I agree with the principle that it defies a bit of logic that every student incrementally increases the budget by $35,000. That does not make sense to me. So it's disappointing, actually, the school district didn't offer a real analysis of incremental per student costs back in January when they enlisted a consultant to look at impacts on the school district. It would have been a logical exercise then. That was not included. However, I do not object to the attachment of this letter to the record.
Well, certainly, everyone is always entitled to vote how they wish. I've made my position clear. So I see no benefit of adding numbers that simply aren't real in terms of accuracy.
So for some reason, my fellow board members think they're experts on school budgeting and finances for some reason. I would rather go with the actual experts who are involved in that every day and utilize their numbers. And frankly, given that most people moved here for the schools, that is what I am most concerned of. And if they say those are the numbers, then those are the numbers I want to go with. So I would definitely like to add it.
It's the board's prerogative whether you'd like to add the letter to the FGIS. Again, from my perspective, the information's already in there with respect to the 35,000. It's up to you.
I just those numbers. Sorry, one point in response. Those numbers should not be buried in an appendix. Okay, what we're asking for is for those numbers to be front and center, where you're comparing the potential tax generation to the potential cost per student. And you don't have to accept the school district's numbers as your numbers, but you can say these are the numbers that the school district provided.
Right. Well, Adam, I said earlier, I'm not sure if you were on, that this is also discussed in the introduction to the FGEIS, so it's not like it's not getting high billing. It's right up front.
You know, Mr. Strollo, it would have certainly been helpful to have some more information, and I'm just curious, since you're on the phone or here with us, did you advise CCSD not to provide the student count per enrollment per class in terms of requiring that we FOIL it? Was that you who made that decision?
It wasn't me who made that decision, although I'm not sure how that factors into the FGEIS.
Because certainly you'd want to provide us with more information. I'm just curious if you want us to have accurate information, why that would be difficult to get. But thank you for sharing that you did not advise.
There are more people online waiting.
I just want to make a brief statement.
Mr. Gottlieb, can you please take a seat, Mr. Gottlieb? There's other people waiting. You certainly can have a chance.
I think it's a disgrace that you are being this adversarial with the school district. I don't know what planet or what community you're living in to think that it is acceptable to fight for probably 20 minutes now, not including what's gone on before this, to just include their viewpoint on the matter. This is what the free speech issue is about. You don't like other viewpoints, and they represent this community.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb.
You're not welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. All right.
Okay. The next person is Sarah Shapiro. You can open your line.
No, she's a yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Lauren hasn't said anything.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I'm a resident,
And frankly, I can't believe what I am witnessing, this back and forth between this board and our school board. And I'm left scratching my head and just wondering, is this Chappaqua? Is this the town that prides itself on our elite schools? In print, these exchanges have been referred to as frequently terse. And I think, as we've all seen tonight, that's a bit of an understatement. I mean, our schools are our number one asset. And I am appalled at how the concerns of our district have been continuously dismissed by this board. I mean, simply put, you are making an enormous mistake in ignoring their input and expertise. The form-based code is designed to encourage and streamline development, and it just seems logical to tread extremely slowly and carefully, and yet you're doing the opposite. So I'm here to say, please do not vote to accept the FGEIS as complete tonight, because clearly it's not.
Thank you, Ms. Shapiro. Carrie, anyone else?
Yeah, we do have more people.
Hold on one second, Ms. Tipp. Carrie, anyone else, please?
Yes, hold on one second.
I would like to ask that you have closure to our school district attorney's question. I heard Lisa agree to his request on our behalf to put in the numbers. I heard Lori agree to that. I heard Mr. Salan disagree. I did not hear from Lauren. So I just want to ask this board whether there is an answer to the question that our school district lawyer posed to put our figures in the way that he suggested.
Lauren, if you'd like to answer that now, you can.
I don't object to it. I think it's a simple add, and more information is helpful, but I don't agree with the numbers. I think that there's more work to be done there. So
okay, I'm just simply asking whether this board agrees to do as he requested. I just wanted closure on that. It sounds like you do agree, and it's 3-4. Is that correct?
3 to 1.
I'm sorry, 3 to 1. I'm sorry.
That education is easier, so we need to get those good numbers.
Yeah, sorry, it's getting late.
Yes, certainly.
3 to 1.
Again, everyone has the right to make their decision. Certainly,
I mean, this is your
right.
prerogative. I'm not, I just want clarity on it.
Thank you. So I think that ultimately it looks like it very well might be. So, Mr., can I have the next person, Carrie, please?
Zhengqi Liu, you can speak.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, that's great. I have a few brief comments. The first one is about the newsletters from the regular newsletters from the town board. I'm distressed to see that it is getting more and more personal. I think that we need to hold our leaders of the community to higher standards, and the civility is important. That's the first comment.
I agree with you, Larry.
And the second comment, it seems that we need to make a distinction between a newsletter from the supervisor from an individual's newsletter. An analogy would be, say that Joe Biden or Donald Trump, they're different from the presidency. So the newsletter from the supervisor has to consider the best interest of the whole community. It is not a vehicle for one person to express his own opinion. So I think it would be a great approach.
Thank you, Mr. Liu.
I think it would be a great approach, especially for this very important issue. There are disagreement among the town board and within a significant disagreement among the community. I think it is the best approach for good governance to include opposing views in the newsletter as well, because we're talking about facts. So we're not afraid of any counter arguments and perspective. It is important to share with the whole community about the different perspective of the same issue. I think that when the community is more informed, we are able to make a better decision regarding this very important issue, for a transformative issue for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Carrie?
That's it for online.
All right, anyone last
I'm
chance?
sorry,
Sorry.
we just got one more hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Robert F.
Can you hear me?
Were you trying to sneak in?
I left a long time ago, Jim.
You didn't want to change your voice with one of those machines? Robert F., please. Or should we call you R. Fleischer just in case?
You know, or Viscount, whatever works for you tonight.
Viscount works very well.
Yeah, but I could not stay, and so I appreciate the chance to circle around. I wanted to wait till everybody got a chance to talk. Couple quick questions here. There was and I looked at the new FGEIS, but there was a previous comment about the fact that in the past 30 years, there's been very little positive change to the Chappaqua Hamlet, which in the previous meeting I took a lot of offense to and disagreement to. I don't think it's factually accurate. Was there any change made based upon any of the comments that I made last week? Or is that language still part of the FGEIS?
Not aware of any changes based on what you shared, no.
Okay. And I guess this is more of an Ed type question. I spoke a few weeks ago, Ed, and just given all the conversations we've had that have taken place today and since then. And my initial question again was whether or not there was an ability to, within the finding statement, to put in certain types of constraints. And at that point in time, and maybe there was a miscommunication between you and I in the question, my recollection of your answer was that nothing could be done that would constrain this town board or any future town board from making any kind of future zoning considerations or zoning changes. But since that point in time, the CCSD Council provided you a letter, and he gave you examples of certain types of thresholds that would provide for a pause. And I think, Jeremy, if you think back in some of your other comments, you were a big fan of pauses when sometimes they could be helpful. And I'm agreeing with you. And the CCSD Council has suggested that we insert language into the finding statement that created the pause once certain thresholds were met as part of this test area, to the extent the test area gets approved. And my understanding of that, it would provide us an opportunity to take a look at what we expected to happen and what actually did happen, which seems like a very healthy, responsible thing to do for a community, especially when you're trying to extrapolate some of the assumptions that have been made by Kimley Horn. I'll assume that they're all made in good faith, but trying to do anything like this over a 72-acre area is a very difficult process. So the idea of kind of creating this mandatory pause to see how things are turning out, similar to kind of the question that I made about the Sunshine Children's Home, just so we could learn from that, but here it's a little bit of a different context. Is that something that can be done? I guess is my question now, because maybe we miscommunicated when I asked it the first time.
Hi, Rob. I actually hear three different things in your comments, and I want to be clear on what each of them are and what the issues are. Legislatively, a town board cannot bind a future town board. So you can't tell a future town board it can or cannot adopt legislation. That's a no-go. And that's something that we did talk about at one point.
Right.
I also heard you touch on a finding statement and the idea that a finding statement can, determine that a project, for example, can't adequately mitigate adverse environmental impacts and can actually cut back. It makes more sense when we talk about an actual project, but, and we saw this at Chappaqua Crossing, right? We had a finding statement that dramatically cut density. So that can happen. I don't want to get into, we touched on it a little bit earlier about the finding statement on the GEIS. We're not there yet. We'll get into that next week. I really don't want to speak to that tonight. And then the last thing I heard you mention just now was thresholds. And yes, that is something that we've talked about, the board's talked about and heard a lot about over the past 6 work sessions. And with respect to school impacts, there is a threshold with respect to monitoring the generation of public school students in any new development that gets built, and receiving information from the school district with respect to enrollment. So that is something that is going to, it's in the FGEIS. I presume it'll be in the finding statement when we get there. That is a threshold that'll be implemented. What you don't see is a numerical threshold with respect to student generation. I think that is something that the school district wanted, and that doesn't seem like it's going to be a part of this. It's, again, not in the FGEIS. So, again, I'm hearing 3 different things, and there's 3 slightly different answers for each of those.
I'm kind of focusing on the last question, and I understand it's not going to be part of the FGEIS. But I guess the question, look, I obviously can't afford a land use lawyer to ask these questions of my own. So, I'm reliant upon somebody to give me feedback, and I'm hoping that you generically can answer these questions. Is that type of threshold legal?
The type that creates a numerical threshold?
Yes. I understand that the town board may or may not choose to put that in. But is that
I think it's theoretically possible, but you have to have a basis to do it. And I think at least with respect to what with what Kimley Horn found in its analysis, that there wasn't a basis to do that. That even taking the school district's top number, the information that Kimley Horn gleaned indicated that there was not going to be an adverse impact arising from that.
And I guess, though, and while it was the school council that brought this up, this arises in a whole bunch of a number of variables, which could be traffic, which could be, other environmental impacts besides just the financial impact towards the school. So, and I would think, like I said, that to really, given the state of the divergent views within the town, and the reality, which is that trying to predict anything over 72 acres is a very difficult thing for anybody to do, no matter how skilled they are, that this type of mechanism, to the extent we get this far, is something that, to me, made a lot of sense. And, because the idea that somebody can really accurately predict how this is going to look, if it's working out great and tax revenues are jumping and the environmental impacts aren't materializing, that's great. Let's have more. Who wouldn't want more? But to the extent that, things aren't looking so great, and yet you might have somebody who's ideologically intent on, let's push forward, and there's nothing preventing them from doing that, because all the existing thresholds, as I read them in the FGIS, are very soft and discretionary. I just think that, that type of thinking leads to more discomfort amongst the residents of the town. Look, once again, I'm trying to find a way forward as part of this process that can create more comfort for a much larger group of people than certainly exists today. I can't tell you whether the majority or minority want this, but I'm trying to increase that group that can, stomach this going forward in a way that, that hopefully works for many more people than what we currently have in front of us. And Ed, I'll just say, my personal thoughts are, you came into, I think, this job into a difficult situation. You inherited a finding statement that got passed, I think, 5 days before Rob, Lisa, and Adam got elected, you inherited a special permit that got passed a couple months before they were elected. And it's just, there's a lot of this that kind of feels like deja vu. And it's not the same types of issues, but it's a kind of a rush process. And those things had really lasting impacts. And things that we're kind of still, trying to work through. You're still dealing with some in Greenfield today as they go through their process. And the Conifer building took a very long time to build, and it was a difficult process. I'm glad they're at a point now where they're providing some benefits to some people. But still, I just want to be smart about how we go through this, because the scale of this is multiples of both those projects combined. So I just want to make sure that we're all trying to work towards a page that we can all get on. Another question I quickly have is there any way to protect existing merchants? And we talked about protecting existing residents in some sort of relocation type of provision. Is a merchant protection, kind of a law? Is that something that can be built into this, so that merchants don't find themselves displaced? Is that legal?
Yeah, it would depend on what you meant, what you had in mind. We could talk about. We do have a,
I'm just tossing it out there.
We do have a program. Sorry.
Yeah, I just don't want to see people, long-standing tenants and merchants in the district, in the hamlet who don't own their buildings, find themselves in an untenable position.
Yeah, there is a comment. There is content in the FGEIS on this in terms of not just residential displacement but commercial displacement as well. There are things that you can do and things that the town is doing. The facade improvement program comes to mind. So there are different programmatic things that can be done. It really depends on what you had in mind when you say protect.
Yeah, I was talking more just kind of dollars and cents, kind of, in terms of, somebody saying, oh, by the way, either have to leave or the rent's going to go way up, or, I'm more familiar with residential protections than I am with commercial protections. So it's just something for us to look at to protect those merchants who might be subject to that.
Yeah, that's starting to sound like a private matter, not something the town can regulate.
And maybe that's the case. Like I said, I'm not the land use lawyer here. And then lastly, I don't know how we address this. I don't think, as we go into the finding statement, there's a great deal of confusion in this community about the difference between the secret process, the environmental review process, and the legislation. And in my mind, that they are two separate issues. The idea that one thing is a mitigant for the other. I see things, people writing that, the secret process kind of a check the box kind of thing. When I look at it, based upon even just my short tenure in town as being really important, having gone through the other two projects. And I don't know how we educate people to make sure, because I read the FAQ, and the FAQ is pretty clear to me that you wrote, and while I may disagree with some of the other FAQs, this one you talk about how, the reason a full build out of the form-based code is studied, even though that full scope of development may never occur, is that the Secret Act. The town board is obligated to analyze the environmental impacts that may result from the adoption of the form-based code. And since the form-based code is legislation, not a development project, we can disagree on that, the DGIS includes a conceptual study of what could occur if all the assumptions were to come to fruition in order to study the environmental impacts of the proposed code. And I think there are a lot of people who are just taking it very lightly of what the secret analysis and its importance in the entire process, especially going forward after, maybe nobody on this board is serving in town government anymore, because the secret, unless it gets replaced by something else, it's kind of permanent. And there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation about that concept. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rob. I'm sorry, anyone else, Carrie? All right, it doesn't seem as such.
I'm just not clear. Are the documents from the, is the analysis and the numbers from the Chapakua Central School District, I know that 3 of 4 board members have said that they're okay with it, but procedurally, how is that getting into the FGIS that's going to get considered for completeness?
You mean the letter?
The letter and the analysis that's on the back of it.
The letter, I'm going to suggest that the board take up a resolution before it consider the big resolution that's in the packet to add the letter to, it's going to actually be section 1C of the FGEIS, so it'll be in there.
Okay. And then just finally, I would ask each town board member if they would just share with all of us and everybody who's watching what their reaction was to the Greeley student that spoke tonight and Mark Fry. I just would love to hear your reaction to that. Thank you.
All right, so Ed, now that we've taken care of public comment, one moment, please.
Can we take like a 2-minute bathroom break?
I can't deny your right to free speech or to use the women's room.
The answer is always yes, we can,
So,
Jeremy.
absolutely, I can't deny that. So can we just take a brief adjournment, please? Brief recess, pardon me.
Yeah.
I move to recess for
I don't know
5
if-
minutes.
I don't know if it's actually move.
Second.
I don't know if you actually have to move, but.
I'm just trying to make it happen.
Okay. We usually do.
Wanna
She's
separate
going to
it?
have to.
All right, public comment is over. Is there something?
Yeah, I need to clarify something that Ed said, and I'm sorry to come up again, but Ed, I think you said that you would append the FGIS with our lawyer's letter, but I just wanted to clarify that that wasn't the request. The request was to amend it with the chart on the cost to educate from his letter.
Where I was going to put we were going to put the whole letter in, including the chart.
Yes, I do understand, but the request was to include the chart next to your chart in the body of the FGIS and to approve an FGIS as amended, and then you could do that later. So that was the request. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, I understand the request
Okay.
now, but what I'm suggesting to the board is that the letter with the chart on the last page be added as a document to section 1C, not that we rewrite a table to add another table alongside.
Okay, but just to clarify, that was the request.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, so we're done with public comment. Ed, we're moving on. Pardon me. We can move on to the consent
I asked
agenda.
a question in my comment that
Okay,
wasn't answered.
I have no interest in polling people's opinion about those who spoke. It's
I know you're
going
not.
before-
Thank you. We got your comment.
Thank
You
you.
don't care
Thank
about
you.
people's comments, Jeremy.
Thank
Got
you.
it.
Thank you.
What a
Thank
leader you are,
Thank
Jeremy.
You. Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb.
Leader of one.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. Okay, Jill, consent agenda.
Consent agenda. It's in your packet.
We normally pull out don't we normally just pull out the hire of the police? We don't have to, but normally we do. I just don't know if it's separate.
I'm sorry. What is it you wanted to pull out?
Don't we normally separately just do the, never mind, I misread it. My apology. Yeah, it's posting. I misread it. My
But
apology.
we actually do need to separate out the authorization to settle the tax cert proceedings with Mount Kisco Country Club. Because I am a member of Mount Kisco Country Club, and while I don't feel that I have a conflict of interest, I don't want there to be an appearance of impropriety, so I feel that I should recuse myself is the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, so then let's do the consent agenda with other than that, unless anyone has an objection. Yes. So someone can go ahead.
Yep, the resolution is in.
All right, I move to adopt the consent agenda as submitted, consisting of the following: authorization to accept resignation, police; authorization to post and hire, police; authorization to approve First Amendment to Urban County Cooperation Agreement; authorization to accept a donation from Newcastle Baseball Association; adoption of monthly reports, September; adoption of minutes, September 24th and 28th, 2021; street open permit bond release. 4, authorization to approve banner request, Newcastle Historical Society.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I move to approve the payment of claims in the amount of $418,125.75 listed on the summary pre-check writing report and detail voucher detail report, both dated October 8, 2021. Checks will be issued and mailed to each claimant listed on Wednesday, October 13th, 2021.
Second.
Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ed,
Right.
because I'm recusing myself for the Mount Kisco Country Club, because I don't want an appearance of impropriety, do you have a resolution separate for that?
Yes, it's in the executive packet.
Okay, so,
You want to just, read it off? Someone over there, if you have it?
It's on page 21 of the executive packet, executive session.
21. Thank you.
Yep.
I move to the matter of Mount Kisco Country Club Realty Corp. versus Assessor of the Town of Newcastle. Authorization to settle 2015 to 2021 tax certiorari proceedings, whereas there are presently pending before the New York State Supreme Court, County of Westchester, a series of tax certiorari proceedings entitled Matter of Mount Kisco Country Club Realty Corp. versus Assessor of the Town of Newcastle. Whereas the proceedings contest the real property tax assessment of 3 tax parcels as follows: the tax parcel located at Bedford Town of Newcastle, which is designated as Section 93.6, Block 1, Lot 4 on the tax map of Town of Newcastle; 2, the tax parcel located at 10 Taylor Road, Town of Newcastle, which is designated as Section 93.10, Block 1, Lot 8 on the tax map of the Town of Newcastle; and 3, the tax parcel located at 60 Annandale Drive, Town of Newcastle, which is designated as Section 93.10, Block 1, Lot 9 on the tax map of the Town of Newcastle. Whereas the proceedings contest the real property tax assessment of the Mount Kisco Country Club parcels as established annually on the Town of Newcastle assessment roll in the years 2017 through 2021. And whereas proposed terms of settlement have been formulated disposing of these proceedings, which are subject to the approval of Town Board, and whereas the Town Board has obtained the advice and assistance of its counsel, Keenan Bean, with respect to the proposed terms of settlement and duly considered same, and whereas under the proposed settlement terms, the 2017 through 2021 assessments of the Mount Kisco Country Club parcels are to be reduced as specified below, resulting in town and special district tax refunds in the projected amount of $41,992.92. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Board authorizes the settlement of these proceedings to adjust the contested 2017 through 2021 assessments of the Mount Kisco Country Club parcels as follows. Herein, as documented in this resolution, be it further resolved that Council of the Town of Newcastle, Keenan Bean, together with the Town Administration, is hereby authorized to undertake such actions as are necessary to effectuate this settlement, including the execution and submission of a consent judgment to the court for purposes of entry.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And who wants to take the last resolution?
And Ed, do you want to?
Yeah, before we get to the resolution that's in the packet, I think we should deal with the matter of the letter. So what I would suggest the board do is adopt a separate resolution to have the letter incorporated in the FGEIS. And I'll just, let me just state what I think that resolution should be. And if the board agrees, someone can so move it. Resolved that the board directs its consultant to add the letter submitted by the Chappaqua Central School District dated October 11, 2021 to Section 1C of the FGEIS.
So moved.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I object.
So that brings us to the resolution that's in the packet. Now, there is one small change that I'd like the board to make. That's on the last page, second to last paragraph. That references a date of October 22nd, 2021 as the end date for receiving comments on the FGEIS. The schedule's gotten a little compressed last few weeks. I'd like to open that up a little bit and have the board change that date to October 25, just to allow a little extra time to receive any comments.
Okay.
So if that could be I'm not sure who's going to read the resolution.
I'll read it.
But just if you could reflect that change.
Okay, thank you. I wrote it down. Okay, I move to adopt the following resolution. Whereas by resolution adopted on January 14th, 2020, the town board, acting as lead agency, issued a positive declaration pursuant to the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA, with respect to the adoption of a proposed amendment to Chapter 6, zoning of the town code of the town of Newcastle, the proposed action, and scheduled a public scoping session on the proposed zoning amendment. And whereas the proposed action contemplated rezoning the business districts of the Chappaqua Hamlet through the implementation of a form-based code, which was an initiative set forth in the comprehensive plan adopted by the town board in 2017, the comprehensive plan. And whereas, as more fully set forth in the comprehensive plan, the town's planning goals for the Chappaqua Hamlet include incentivizing the development of new multifamily housing suitable for underserved populations, for example, millennials, seniors, and empty nesters, that will be affordable to households with a diverse range of incomes. And whereas the town's goals for the Chappaqua Hamlet also include revitalizing its economic activity and commercial uses, creating a vibrant and walkable environment that leverages its proximity to public transportation, expanding the local tax base, and attracting supporting a diverse range of local businesses, establishments, and civic activities. And whereas the town board decided to pursue implementation of a form-based code in the Chappaqua Hamlet to achieve these and other goals, establish a more efficient and predictable development application process, and protect the historic and desired architectural character of the hamlet. And whereas, as initially conceived, the proposed action contemplated rezoning approximately 72 acres along Greeley Avenue and King Street, including the areas currently zoned BR, retail business, BRP, retail business and parking, BD, designated business, and IP, planned industrial zoning, collectively the study area. And whereas the town board opened a duly noticed public hearing on the scoping document on January 28th, 2020, which was continued on February 11th, 2020, and closed for written comment on February 11th, 2020, during which the public and interested agencies had the opportunity to comment on the proposed scoping document. And whereas on April 28th, 2020, after carefully considering comments received from the public and the interested agencies, the town board adopted a final scope in accordance with 6 NYCRR 617.8 and authorized Kimley Horn of New York, the consultant, to prepare a draft generic environmental impact statement, DGEIS, for the proposed action. And whereas on July 20th, 2020, the consultant submitted a preliminary DGEIS to the town's Director of Planning and professional staff to review whether its scope and content was adequate for the purposes of commencing public review. And whereas on September 17th, 2020, the consultant submitted a revised DGEIS to the Director of Planning, who recommended to the town board that it be deemed complete. And whereas on September 25th, 2020, the town board adopted a resolution finding the information and analysis in the DGEIS was complete and adequate pursuant to 6 NYCRR 617.9 A2. And whereas a notice of completion of the DGEIS together with a copy of the DGEIS was duly filed and circulated in accordance with SECRA. And whereas on October 20th, 2020, the town board opened a public hearing on the DGEIS, which was continued on October 27th, 2020, November 10th, 2020, December 8th, 2020, January 19th, 2021, and February 23rd, 2021, and closed for written comments on March 25th, 2021, during which the public and interested agencies had the opportunity to comment on the DGEIS. And whereas on February 23rd, 2021, the town board announced that based upon community input, It planned to limit the application of the form-based code to a relatively small portion of the 72-acre study area, namely the North Greeley Avenue corridor, which includes the vacant Rite Aid site and comprises approximately 7.75 acres, the quote, North Greeley corridor. And whereas on March 9th, 2021, the town board adopted a resolution limiting the scope of the moratorium it had implemented, Local Law 13-2018, on the review and approval of certain land use variance, building permit, and sign permit applications to the North Greeley corridor only. And whereas on July 8th, 2021, the consultant submitted to the town's Director of Planning and professional staff a preliminary final generic environmental impact statement, FGEIS, for review of its completeness and accuracy in responding to comments raised during the public review process. And whereas on July 27th, 2021, the town board conducted public work session at which it reviewed and discussed proposed revisions to the form-based code legislation that would inter alia reduce the maximum height of new structures from 5 stories to 4 stories. And whereas on August 10th, 2021, the town board began a series of public work sessions at which it reviewed sections of the preliminary FGEIS for completeness and accuracy in responding to the comments raised during the public review process, and 2, afforded the public and interested agencies an opportunity to comment on the preliminary FGEIS. And whereas on August 30th, 2021, September 14th, 2021, and September 21st, 2021, and September 28th, 2021, the town board conducted additional public work sessions at which it reviewed the remaining preliminary sections of the FGEIS prepared by the consultant for completeness and accuracy, and afforded the public and interested agencies an opportunity to comment upon same. And whereas based upon comments from the town board, members of the public, and interested agencies, revisions were made to the preliminary FGEIS that were also subject to public review and comment. And whereas on October 5th, 2021, the town board conducted a final public work session on the preliminary FGEIS and afforded the public and interested agencies an opportunity to comment upon same. And whereas in its capacity as the secret lead agency, the town board has concluded that the FGEIS, as revised, adequately and accurately responds to the substantive oral and written comments on the DGEIS. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town board hereby determines that the FGEIS is complete and constitutes the FGEIS for the proposed action, subject to any typographical corrections, formatting, or other non-substantive changes deemed advisable by the consultant and/or town staff. Be it further resolved that the town staff and/or consultants and council are directed to prepare a notice of completion of the FGEIS in accordance with 6 NYCRR 617.9 and 617.12. Be it further resolved that the town staff and/or the consultant shall prepare sufficient copies of the FGEIS and file, distribute, and submit for publication digital or printed copies of the FGEIS and the notice of completion as necessary to satisfy the requirements of 6 NYCRR 617.9 and 617.12. Be it further resolved that the town staff shall keep copies of the FGEIS available for review and reproduction and distribution to the public, furnish a copy of the FGEIS to the Chappaqua Public Library, and post the FGEIS on the town's website. Be it further resolved that the town board directs town staff and consultants to re-refer the current application materials to the Westchester County Department of Planning pursuant to General Municipal Law 23-M. Be it further resolved that the consultant and town staff and council are directed to prepare a secret finding statement for review by the town board. Be it further resolved that the town board shall accept and consider any written comments on the FGEIS from the public and interested agencies received by October 25th, 2021. Be it further resolved that the town staff and council shall take all steps necessary to implement the foregoing resolution.
Second.
Before we have it all in favor, if we can have a roll call vote, if everyone wants to share their opinions and views. Lauren, you want to start?
Sure. My vote's aye. And listen, we've been through this process for 2 years now, and I think that the questions that were posed in the document, as well as the answers that were provided by our consultants, are sufficient and adequate. So I think that we can finalize this, and that is my vote.
My vote is aye. I'm out of oxygen. Do you want to go?
No.
Okay, my vote is nay, and I will tell you why. And I am almost speechless at my fellow town board members voting in favor of this, but not quite. The final generic environmental impact statement is not sufficiently detailed to allow the town board as SECRA lead agency and the public to adequately assess the potential adverse environmental impacts of the proposed form-based code. In fact, we are not even in the ballpark to being close to complete. There is simply no way that any rational, fair-minded representative of this town could have sat through the engagement sessions and come away with the conclusion that the document is complete. It simply isn't so. There are a number of reasons why the FGIS should not be considered complete in its current form. We've been hearing about those for weeks and weeks, and they still haven't been addressed in a meaningful way. That is just not acceptable to me, and I will not call something complete when it is not. Our community comes first, period. I could go on all night about the deficiencies and lack of completeness in this document, and maybe I should. Just kidding. But I will highlight a few. One, the FGIS tries to mitigate by claiming that the form-based code is only in the North Greeley corridor and this is not true. Either it needs to be limited to the North Greeley corridor, or the research within the document needed to be fully expanded to look at the whole area completely and fully. Number two, the FGIS fails to address a paramount legal and moral issue confronting this town, the extent to which the form-based code will result in the displacement of residents in our diverse neighborhoods, the potential acceleration of the displacement of local residents and businesses must be analyzed pursuant to SECRA. And these socioeconomic impacts must be considered, whether the proposed form-based code may affect these concerns primarily or secondarily, and in the short term or the long term. The DGIS and FGIS failed to fully assess the proposed form-based code's potential for displacing local residents and businesses in the hamlet. This is not okay with me. Number three, the methodology and assumptions utilized to determine the impacts on the Chappaqua Central School District must be fleshed out. The discrepancies in finances and school district impact between the FGIS and the CCSD must be fully understood by the town board before we can make a decision as to their impacts. 4, I do not believe that we have taken the requisite hard look under SECRA of the traffic impacts of the form-based code, and we have not seen concrete and realistic mitigation measures. That also refers to parking, and the parking toolkit is completely unrealistic. Number 5, the FGIS contains no meaningful fiscal analysis, not as to taxes, services, additional infrastructure costs, and more. Number 6, the document does not contain, I said this already, realistic parking mitigation measures. Number 7, data used for rents and other measures to determine building feasibility does not correspond to actual market rates and cannot be trusted. It must be reanalyzed. Interviews with unnamed developers with interest in our town as to the feasibility of building height are suspect. Obviously, there is a conflict of interest there, and again, cannot be objectively viewed or trusted. Number 8, there have been a myriad of concerns raised about the impact of the proposed action on a number of key interested agencies that have not been addressed. For example, finances are only one negative impact on the CCSD. Many others were raised during the engagement sections. This is not a triage room. We need to be looking at all of this. This is our last chance. That also goes for our planning board, library, fire department, etc. Pursuant to the SECRA regulations, once a final generic EIS is filed, most proposed projects can be approved without any further SECRA review. This regulation, which makes developers very, very happy and takes significant power away from our residents and property owners, is based on the premise that the generic environmental impact statement has adequately addressed each and every project that is allowed by right under the newly adopted zoning and development regulations which comprise the form-based code. Because of this especially, we need to get this right and not just get this done right now. I must vote that the FGEIS is not complete, and further study, as I have identified at every single meeting, must be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm disappointed. I'm shocked. Just before I start, Mr. Levine, I texted my father and confirmed that was the name of his company. I wasn't aware, so thank you very much. And he did appreciate me visiting him this weekend. It was a nice time, or yesterday. Okay, so let me share with you that, as I have already, when the form-based code was initially proposed under then Supervisor Greenstein and Deputy Supervisor Katz in 2019.
Oh, God, Jeremy.
I was not initially sure. Excuse me, can I please speak? Thank you. I wasn't initially sure it was the right fit for Chappaqua in the hamlet. And in fact, at that time, both Ivy Poole and I, who was then a council member, believed that a pause was appropriate, as were Charette's for the study area, before agreeing with Rob and Lisa that we should move forward without them. I am not in any way running away from that decision, and I'm glad I made that decision and listened to them. Since that time, and under Supervisor Greenstein's administration, Supervisor Poole's, and my tenure as acting supervisor, my colleagues and I have taken that deep dive into the generic environmental impact statement, also referred to as the GEIS, that examines environmental issues in both the original and whittled down form-based code. I sincerely believe that ultimately when we get there, the form-based code on North Greeley will facilitate the type of growth that is advantageous to the community and remain open to further modifications. The zoning code will guide any future developer in understanding the parameters of what they can and cannot build should they, for example, be able to purchase enough lots to aggregate them into larger ones while aiding current owners into developing their properties in more efficient manners. As we've noted many times, we understand the task at hand. We are taking the hard look that SEQR, or the State Environmental Quality Review Act, requires. What it does not require is that the town board hold community engagement sessions and receive public comment on the draft final GEIS. Nevertheless, the town board has gone above and beyond SEQR's requirement to give residents and interested agencies an opportunity to be heard. To that end, we held interactive work sessions on August 10th, 30th, September 14th, 21st, 28th, and most recently on October 5th on the FGEIS. We have continuously moved the schedule to accommodate residents and interested agencies. The town board must balance its genuine desire to receive public input with the need to move the process forward and get things done. Please be reminded that the time for public review is not fully over. Even after the FGIS is accepted as complete, the town board plans to receive comments prior to the issuance of the finding statement, and thereafter there will be additional opportunities to comment on the proposed form-based code legislation. The town board has absolutely been listening to residents and interested agencies. We have shrunk the location of the form-based code the district solely to North Greeley. We have, where revitalization is sorely needed. We are increasing the role of the planning board, a board that, based on my conversations as recent as today, supports the FGIS and that form-based code, even if there are comments and differences as expected. We've also brought back in the Architectural Review Board for new development in the district. We eliminated the possibility of having 5-story buildings in the downtown hamlet. And there is consensus on the town board for limiting the height of buildings along the eastern side of North Greeley to 3 stories. At bottom, we remain committed to open and consider further amendments as necessary for this rezoning process. We are not ultimately making a decision on the form-based code today. We are merely reviewing and finalizing and accepting the GEIS in its final form. And to that end, there has been some issues that have arisen over, for example, tax generation and costs for students and how that impacts Chappaqua Central School District. And we've had many opportunities to review consultants' information, both from Chappaqua Central School District and our own. A review of CCSD's consultants' estimated tax increase year over year from 2022 to 2035 with and without a maximum hypothetical build-out demonstrates, and this is from CCSD's consultants, that at its peak, there will only be a 0.7 tax differential in 2024 to 2025 before the year-over-year difference steadily declines. In fact, by 2030-31, the residential tax burden is less with the form-based code than without. And again, this is from Chappaqua Central School District's consultants. It is critical to note that the fairly insignificant tax increase and in fact tax decreases predicted by Chappaqua Central School District pale in comparison to their actual prior tax levies that did not result in the financial upheaval and district-wide flight as some have predicted with the form-based code. In 2005 and 6, for example, Chappaqua Central School District increased taxes by 8.74 and 8.13 respectively, and from 2018 to 2020, those taxes were 2.5, 2.93, and 1.65 increase respectively. Much has been made about the cost to educate a child in the Chappaqua Central School District, and last numbers I have here was the $34,461 per year per pupil. That is calculating slightly less than dividing the number of students by Chappaqua Central School District's total budget. That's not the actual tax levy, even should that be the measurement and gauge. What this number includes, as we've discussed before, and wrongfully so, for example, the 10% roughly of the budget that is attributed to aid and other sources. Clearly, residents are not shouldering this burden in their tax school bill, and Chappaqua Central School District should back out those dollars. I can continue on and examine more, but I'll close and say that it's critically important that we do not diminish the importance of this and that we listen to what our consultants, even CCSD consultants, as well as residents share with us. Fortunately, there are incredible hurdles and triggers that are in place to examine what the potential maximum build-out will be should it ever come to fruition. Ultimately, we know that 341 housing units could be built in the hamlet if we do nothing. It's fair to presume, and many have stated as much, that those who oppose the form-based code don't want to strip property owners of the right to build and instead support a more efficient way to see them upgrade, build upon, and fix their property to realize those 341 units they can construct as a matter of right. While I respect that position, we have come quite far, completing an infrastructure and street-safe project, building a hamlet-based basketball court, and in creating an inclusive playground with more yet ahead. I believe utilizing the final GEIS to help inform future decisions is smart planning, and the form-based code in North Greeley, in whatever form it might be, is the right mechanism to encourage healthy growth, potentially both affordable and workforce housing depending on AMI, provide parameters to current owners and potential future builders, and actually allow for a more efficient means to enhance the hamlet's appeal and vibrancy. I believe that the FGIS is complete. I believe that we've done our job, and I'm looking forward to moving this forward, and I vote in the affirmative. All right. I believe that may be our last matter for the evening. Is that correct, Jill?
That's it.
All right, take a
That's
motion,
it.
please.
Motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.